Welcome to the stream where I am still sort of finishing the PowerPoint. I am on like the literally the last thing I need to do. But I have been chopping away at this since I got home 2 freaking hours ago. How we doing, everybody? I know Kyle's here. I know our Snarl's here. Hello, hello, little stretch. Oh, making it harder to complete this thing. But hey, everybody, lock the hell in. We're gonna have a crazy night. I'm almost done. I have one more slide to add, which goes right here. Chat. I had so many things. Oh, I'm quiet? That's why. Hey, how we doing? Am I a little louder now for you? Just for you and your body? Hey, folks. My hair looks insane today. Welcome to the stream. Hi. I'm here for you guys. We have so many things to talk about. Your ladder only for your body? Fantastic. Yeah, so far it's Carl and Arf. Wait, Carl and Arf? I just combined. Hi, Kyle and Arf. Okay, sure. When is Twitch recap stream? Shut up. I need a minute, okay? I'm gonna need a hot second for that one. We have a lot of things to talk about in the Twitch recap stream, and I want to really make it good because I only get to do it once a year. But we're doing this one first because it's a little bit easier because I already have everything together anyway. So chat, let's discuss some things. I watched 144 different movies this year. Okay. I watched, hey Freya, I watched how many shows? 13 TV shows, I think, this year. Yeah, 13 TV shows. I listened to a bunch of, I had 16 albums, and I read 3 books. My goal this year was to consume more art. And that was successful. We succeeded. Hi, Mom.
Hi, hon.
How are you?
Good, how you?
I'm okay.
All right, see you later.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
And I think that we've achieved that goal in spades. So today's goal is to go through all the things. The stuff you watched more. So last year, I think I watched in total like 140, 150 movies, around the same number of movies. But I think I've watched more TV shows than I've listened to more music, and I've read more books. I just watched a lot of random stuff this year. I want to go over it a little bit. Sorry, I needed a drink. I have been so locked in for like 2 hours, I haven't done anything else. How we doing, chat? How are you all? I didn't even say hi yet. Jeez. Hang on. Okay, there we go. So I want to show you guys this. Let me see if I can frame this up right. Okay, because here's all the movies. Flashbang warning, by the way. You did say hi, but it's okay. I know. You don't appreciate why I'm happy? Why are you happy? Little freak. Nobody should be happy. Not on my stream. Oh no. Oh, well, good thing you guys are on a thing. Don't look at that. Bring out the powerful otaku in you. Haha. Sorry. Okay. My chair's falling as we speak. Can you see me going down? Chat, help. Help. God, I hate this chair so much. Yeah, so I made this little slide presentation that we're going to go through today. And it took me a really long time. So tell me how cool it looks. Please. Tell me how cool it looks. I worked so hard on this. Why are you happy? Arsnarl, why are you happy? Nobody should be happy on my live streams. It does look cool. Thank God. Also, second thing, should I wear a beanie? I haven't decided if it's a beanie day or not. I haven't really looked at my hair since I showered, and it's like weirdly off-centered. So, is it a beanie day or no? Genshin update came out? Okay, yeah, no, then I don't care. Sorry. I'm happy for you. I'm happy it's brought you some joy. But yeah, so chat, we have so many things to go over. I hope Ryan Green Blue stops by, because I have a few things for him that he'll enjoy for his body. But I'm trying to delay, because the first thing we do... Oh, and it's beanie time. Yeah, okay. Done. I get to show you all the new beanie. Wait, chat. First off, new outfit just dropped. Can't talk, I'm editing. My sister got me this for Christmas. It's cute, right? And matching pants. Matching pants? They're brown? Can't really tell on the stream. They're brown. Boom. And then the beanie. Hi. New beanie just dropped. It's red, little red beanie, and I like it. I'm happy with it. Makes my hair look kind of insane right now, but we're gonna let it go. Chat, how many movies have you all watched this year? I'm curious. I think the first thing I wanted to do was give you guys kind of a frame of reference for how many movies I watched this year, but Letterboxd isn't doing the weird recap thing that it usually does. It's only doing it for subscribers, and Lord knows I'm a cheap bitch, so that's not happening. How did you find that? How did I find what? The Letterboxd recap thing? It just doesn't exist. I don't think. I wish it did. But a couple things, I guess. How do you watch 144 movies in 2 days? Seems impossible. No, I did it. I'm just built like that. No? How did you... How many movies you watched? Oh, so go on Letterboxd. Hang on, chat. Let me... Come with me. Walk with me here. Here's Letterboxd, okay? It zoomed in a little bit, but whatever. You're going to figure this out. And then you head to... I think it just says it. Yeah. I watched 150 movies in 2024. And you can look at them all right here. But don't look at all my rankings right now. Just look at how many movies I watched in each month. Is there a way to look at that? Or no? Whatever. So I rated 26 entries in December. Only 8 in November, 4 in October, 8 in September, 13 in August. So I got really busy during the school year, and then in December I watched a ton. 17 in July, 10 in June, 12 in May, 16 in April. That's kind of big for me. 13 in March, 12 in February, and 16 in January. So like generally like 12 to 16 films every month. And then this last month I kind of went crazy with it because I knew that I wanted to get to 150. So I watched a lot of movies this month. I've watched a lot of movies that came out in 2024 this month, and we will definitely talk about those. I'm excited to yap about them a little bit. I'm going to put this up here really quick because you guys cannot see your text. There we go. Bro hates Hallmark movies? Shut up. There were a couple 1-stars near Christmas. I had a lot of different movies that I watched this year, chat. A lot of movies that came out this year, a lot of old movies, a lot of 2023 movies. Just to give you a frame of reference, like early 2024, like January, February, and March, I watched pretty much every movie that was nominated for an Oscar. Like all the main Best Picture nominees and a lot of like the major nominations in a lot of other categories. So I started there. And then throughout the summer, I picked up a couple of like random superhero things. My friend Alex works at AMC and gets free movie tickets. So during the summer and some of the beginning of the school year, this past semester, I picked up a bunch of like new releases because I was able to go for free. So there's a lot of 2024 movies during the summer. And then during the school year, I kind of fell off of watching movies for a bit because I was so busy making movies that I just didn't have time. And I ended up, what's it called? I ended up just like picking off every now and then I pick off one. Usually it's more shows than movies during the fall or during this fall because I just didn't have time to watch full movies, but I would have time to watch like a short episode of TV. And then in December, I went insane and watched almost 30 movies. Like I watched almost a movie every single day. So yeah. And this is all of the movies that I watched this year. Shall we get into it? Me and my 3 friends here. I'm gonna need a drink at some point. I'm warning you all now. I'm sorry. This is all I have left, and it's not much. Yeah, I think I just finished it. Okay, so let's talk about all the things we're gonna go through today. We're gonna go through the books. We're gonna go through the albums I listened to, the TV shows I watched, and then finally all the movies I watched. Some of these lists will be significantly shorter than others. Like books, I literally only read 3 books. That's an improvement for me, believe it or not. I almost never read books. But yeah, I would like Ryan to see the albums just because I think that he knows some of them, but whatever. It's fine. I'm not upset. Shut up. Also, mild spoiler warnings for some of these shows and movies. I will try to warn you in advance when we're going to do some spoilers. But sometimes I need to, just to talk about some of these movies. Yeah, I read 3 books. Let's talk about them. So there were 3 of them. The first one I read was in January. It was A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Really liked it a lot. I watched the movie at the end of 2023. and it's a really good book. It's a really, really good book. Um, so I had fun with it. I think that it could have been better in certain spaces, but I do think there's a lot of really good stuff in there that the movie doesn't include. I think the book's probably better than the movie in a lot of ways. It's hard to read the book after watching the movie because then you just kind of picture everything in the movie. But it was good. Then I read Turtles All the Way Down. This was because, again, the movie for Turtles All the Way Down had come out this year, and I had watched it I think 2 weeks before, and I found the book at a bookstore. I was like, hey, I've liked this movie. Let's read this. And it's a good book. I think it's probably a better book than it is the movie in a lot of ways, but I do have a soft spot for the movie. I think it's a really cute little movie. And then One of Us is Lying, also a good book. I read no bad books this year. This is like a weird murder mystery thing from the perspective of like 4 different people, I think. 4 or 5 different people. And it's actually like, it's really strong. I don't like the ending very much. The ending feels like kind of predictable in some ways that I didn't like, or like kind of cheesy in some ways that I didn't like, but I really liked the different perspectives, and all the main like 4 characters change a lot, and I really liked a lot of their character arcs, which is such a really weird, stupid thing. Yeah, like it's so cool. I like it. I really like how the characters change. Because even like characters that I really did not like at the beginning of the book ended up being like some of my favorites. It was really fun. But yeah, so some good books. I recommend all of these actually. Then I have some albums. Chat, where's Ryan Green Blue? I need him. I'm texting him. Whatever, it's fine. Oh, I forgot to put a bit in here. Chat, I didn't have time to put a bit in here. Anyway, disclaimer for the albums before we really get into this. I didn't have a single bad album that I listened to this year. I don't really listen to a lot of albums all the way through, and that's why they're only 16. I usually just pick off songs that I find on Spotify, like one-offs. Sometimes if I really, really like it, I will pick up more of them. But it's rare for me to find like a full album that I'm like, yes! So I really only listened to an album all the way through when I was pretty sure I was gonna like it. There it is, just like that. One text if I'm listening to all my albums. That's all it takes. Yeah, and boom, welcome Ryan Green Blue to the stream. Hold on, I have to do one. Actually, no, I can't find it. I was gonna do a bit where Midwinter was gonna be my number 1 album, but I don't have time to go get the picture for it. Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, so I only listen to albums that I liked this year, which is cool. Because I only really listen to albums if I think I'm gonna like them. So number 16 is called "This Is How Tomorrow Moves." It's by Biba Doobie. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. It's a cool album. I like it. I've only listened to it once through. This is a recent one that I listened to just like a week or 2 ago, I think. And it's fun. It's got some vibes. I've actually played, I think, one of her songs as like my stream intro, Real Man or Take a Bite. Either one of those. I like those songs a lot. They're really good. They're really short, snappy. It's got like a nice like jazz to it. Like it's kind of like minor keys. I don't know if it's minor keys or not, but it feels like jazz or bluesy. It's fun. Like I have been humming like those 2 songs quite a bit. The rest of the songs I don't remember though. So I have to listen to it again before I really like it. But it could move up. 15 is Model by Wallows. Wallows is a cool little band if you guys don't know Wallows. The kid from 13 Reasons Why is the lead singer. It's kind of insane. But yeah, really good. Really, really good album again. Probably some of Wallows' best work. This year's been crazy for albums, mind you. I forgot to mention that. There's been so many good albums this year. And they have some really good songs on this. Like I know Your Apartment is probably the most popular one. It's like a single from the album. But I like A Warning. Don't You Think That It's Strange? I'm trying to remember the other names, and I just can never remember them. But there's some really good songs on here. Like it a lot. Well done, Wallows. Short and Sweet's on here too. Sabrina Carpenter. I've known Sabrina Carpenter for like 10 years because she was on Girl Meets World, and I had a huge crush on her when I was like 10. And now she's re-entered the public domain, which is cool. Happy for her for this year. She's gotten so popular this year, and her album is really good. It's a bunch of like as the title implies, very short and sweet songs. They're all like 2 to 3 minutes, really. And I think it's kind of perfect in that zone. It doesn't go anywhere crazy or anywhere super deep, but I really like what it does a lot. Yeah, it's really fun. Like, it's a really good album. I think my favorite is Coincidence. It's really random. It came on while I was working on this presentation, and it's just so good. I don't know. I become a hater. It's not our fault. It's TikTok's. Yeah, that makes sense. But there's a lot of songs that haven't gotten picked up by TikTok that I think are better. Like, Juno's really been picked up by TikTok. It's a fine song. I really like Coincidence a lot. Coincidence is good. Sharpest Tool's really good. Just some really strong songs. She's really good with wordplay. She's very funny in a lot of her lyrics. And yeah, good work. Next up is No Hands. Weirdest album ever. Joey Valence and Bray are so cool. I kind of want to play some of their music right now, but I'm afraid this stream's going to get muted. And I don't want this stream to be muted. I need this stream in my life. Yeah, Joey Valence and Bray. Really great work from them on No Hands. Would you hate someone for something that's not their fault? Sometimes you have to. Hey, it's Raids, welcome to the stream. We're talking about all the albums I listened to this year. This one's really strange. If you're going to listen to any song from this, listen to the song No Hands. Like, it's called No Hands on the album No Hands. It's really good. It's very jazzy. It has some cool saxophone. This one, again, is very fun with the wordplay. And it's just like very weird kind of rap almost music. And I don't listen to rap music much. So this was kind of like my weird white boy rap that I really like. Also, this album cover's crazy. It's crazy. Look, mama, no hands. No hand. Do I still have Spotify up? No, I don't. Hold on. I'm just gonna give you guys a little teaser of it. I have fun with it. Like, I really like No Hands. I think I have Pack a Punch and some other song in here too. Where is No Hands? Yeah.
No hands. No hands.
When I was 10, I was sipping Shirley Temples. Present day, I'm still sipping Shirley Temple. Anyway, yeah, rest in peace to the VOD. Number 12 is For Crying Out Loud by Phineas. This one's really good. I think that with the release of Billie Eilish's album Hit Me Hard and Soft, this one kind of almost fell to the wayside a little bit. I feel bad because he made such great work on Ferb will be here soon, don't you worry. On Hit Me Hard and Soft this year, that his work on For Crying Out Loud I feel like hasn't been praised enough. Is really good. It's just fun. This is like an album I think that was written and like, yeah, that was like fully written and performed in like 12 days. And for that, like, it's really strong. It feels very loose in a lot of ways, which is really fun. Like, all the songs kind of travel sometimes. Like, I've listened to some interviews from him just like talking about how they kind of wrote the songs and like play off each other a lot, like a live band in the studio, just like seeing what was cool and what wasn't and just playing with it as it went. And it's very fun. It feels very made up on the spot in a lot of ways, and that's cool. I like it. A lot of the songs aren't super memorable, but I do have a couple songs that I really love from this album. Like, What's It Gonna Take to Break Your Heart? Cleats, For Crying Out Loud. All really, really, really good songs that are just like, they're just jazzy. They got some funk to them. Number 11's Busy Head. This album didn't come out this year. I think all the other albums on here, I think, actually came out this year so far. Busy Head is an older album. 2019 maybe? I don't know. It's Noah Kahan. He's cool. He was my top artist this year on Spotify, believe it or not. And Busy Head is really strong work. I've loved his Stick Season album, and this was the first time that I ever listened to some of his older music besides this one song, Maine, which is my favorite song of his. And I went through this album a couple times. There's a lot of songs on here that have really stuck with me. People talk about Stick Season so much, but I think they need to back up and look at some of his older albums because they're just as good as Stick Season. This is a really good album. Please listen to it. Speaking of good older albums, older as in like a couple years old, Hozier's debut album. I listened to this because I was going to a Hozier concert in June, and I felt like a fake fan because I hadn't listened to his albums all the way through. This is his debut, where you guys might have heard "Take Me to Church." I do love White Boys, chat. I love me some White Boys. Love White Boys. Yeah, he does good stuff. He makes really good music. I don't know, like "Take Me to Church" is great, but like almost every song on here in one way or another is a banger. Angel of Small Death and the Codeine Scene is maybe one of my favorite songs of the whole year. Sorry, I didn't actually make a ranking of my favorite songs that I've heard this year. I should have, but this is really good. Yeah, love this album, dude. It probably should be higher, but too bad. Speaking of White Boys, Clairo. Charm is so good. I've only listened to it all the way through once. I need to listen to it a couple more times. Get Ryan to send you the most bass songs of all time. He sent me some. I move in and out of them. Some of them I really like, some of them I don't. He'll be very excited about one that's coming up. The rest of them he might be like about. But Charm's really good. Charm, I don't know, I like Clairo's vibe a lot. I feel like she's very different from a lot of people that I hear. Crumbling in the list, please. Bad news. Ryan, you know which one's on the list. This is like the one that we've bonded over. Whatever. Charm is really good. This is so random. I like clarinet a lot. I like the sound of the clarinet a lot, and she uses the clarinet in this album a couple times, and it's really cool. There's just some really good songs like Sexy to Someone, Second Nature, Thank You. Like I hear them almost every day. Really good. Love Charm and love this picture. One of my favorite albums, arts of the year. We're starting to look like each other. Hey Nothing might be my favorite band right now. Random as hell, but they are really cool, and every single song they've been releasing recently has been so good. Arsenal, that song that we opened up the stream with, was called Sick Dogs by Hey Nothing. Yeah, that's really good. Their EP Main that they also released this year, this album came out on Halloween in 2023, but their EP Main came out earlier in 2024. Even better than this. Really good. Really, 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 really good. Hey Nothing, I think, is actually my favorite band right now. Great stuff. Like them a lot. If you're going to listen to one song from this album, listen to probably Low Spirited Funeral. Yeah, Low Spirited Funeral. Very good. It sounds a little bit like this. Where's Low Spirited? It's right there. Hold on. It's so good. I'd rather spend a lifetime begging you to stay. The one that you might know them from is probably I'm Haunting You. Is that what it's called? The I can't find my feet anymore. I Haunt Your Dreams. I can't find my feet anymore. My hands are drifting through the floor. I'm haunting you. I don't know. It's a good song. But anyway, number 7 is When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go by Billie Eilish. I never listened to this one all the way through, and this is really good. It's a good album. There's a lot of songs that I had never heard before, which is really random. I love Bad Guy. I love Bury a Friend. Bury a Friend is one of my favorite songs that I really latched on to this year. Good song. Billie Eilish is also probably just my favorite artist at the moment. Hey Nothing's my favorite band. They're probably number 2 artist in general, and Billie Eilish is number 1. She's really cool. Good music, dude. Every song on this has like some kind of weird, crazy vibe that is so different from anything that I've heard before. Yeah. Cool. Number 6 is Waiting to Spill by the Backseat Lovers, also a top 5 artist for me right now. Really cool. Really cool band. I found this album after listening to their album When We Were Friends, and this one is very much, this one feels looser in a way. Like it's all the songs, or a lot of the songs are like plus 5 minutes, and it's a lot of like, there's very little structure to it. Sometimes it'll kind of just, the song will just go where it wants, and I think that works for me a lot of the time. Sometimes I struggle with long songs, but the more that I listen to this album, I find myself keep like coming back to this album a lot. The first time I listened to it, I latched on to like nothing from it. It kind of like passed over me, and I was like, okay, that was something. But as I've listened to it more and more, like I like this album a lot. It'll probably only go up with time in my ranking. It's really cool. Yeah. Backseat Lovers is great. We'll be back to them soon. Number 5 is Chromacopia. Tyler the Creator's a boss. I listened to this album like 2 weeks ago on my ride home for winter break. I think for maybe Thanksgiving break. Yeah, I popped this one on for my ride home for Thanksgiving break. Listen to it in one shot, and it is so good. Chat, it's so good. It's so good. It's really, really good. This is actually, this is my second favorite album that came out this year, because there's only one other album on here that came out this year. It's dope. I listened to Saint Chroma since the teaser came out. I've listened to it almost every day. It's such a vibe. Balloon is great with Doechii. This album introduced me to Doechii, who I also love now. She's really cool. I haven't listened to her album all the way through yet, but I need to. It's just really good. Like, so many cool brass instruments in this one. I don't know. Like, I've never listened to a Tyler album, to tell you the truth. Like, this is the first Tyler album I ever listened to. But from the first teaser that was released on this, I was hooked. I was locked in for this album, dude. And it's great. It's so great. I also love this album, like, art. One of my favorite album arts of the year. Number 4, Rankin-Blue. Lock In. For Emma Forever Ago by Bon Iver. We've entered, like, these top 4 are best of all time realm for me. These top 4 albums are some of my favorite albums I've ever listened to in my entire life. Like, these are 5 out of 5s, and it's perfect. It's perfect. I've listened to this album all the way through so many times. The perfect album for a bus ride. If you're ever on a bus ride, pop it on. I was on like a 3-hour ride one time, going to like this random camp, and I just popped this on like twice in a row. It's so good. Like, there's so many songs in here that I forget, because I'll like go like 2 months without listening to this album, and then I'll just pop it on and go all the way through. Excuse me. And there's songs that I forget, and then they come up and I'm like, oh, right. And it's so good. It feels like a memory almost. This whole album feels like a memory that you're hearing from like across the room. And it's so nice. The Wolves is good. For Emma Forever Ago is good. Skinny Love is so beautiful. Sorry, I still love Skinny Love. Yeah, it's so, I have no idea what this freak of an album cover is either, but I adore it so much. I don't know. It's just such a weird album, and I thank Ryan forever for showing this to me. Really good. Number 3, again, a 5 out of 5 album. The Backseat Lovers, When We Were Friends. Every song on this album I have fallen in love with individually over the last 6 months. I'm not kidding. I listened to this whole album, because I liked the song Kilby Girl, which is very popular. And over time, like over the last like 6 months, every single song on this playlist or on this album has gotten into my playlist because of how much I freak with it. It's unlike anything ever. Like, it's the most consistent album maybe I've listened to, that every single song is good for me. I like every song on this album. That's not a thing I think I could say for any other album. I love freaking it. Chat, we're horny today. Number 2 is also another perfect album, Unreal on Earth by Hozier. Chat, it's so good. Again, I listened to this all the way through front to back, right before going to see Hozier in concert back in June. It's just so good. There's so many things. This is the one album like on this list. This one and the number 1 album are both albums where I'm just like, I hear things in it and I'm like, how do you even do that? How do you get that sound? It's so pretty. I love it. Or like, it's so weird and so cool. The whole vibe of this album is perfect. I think the concept of it going through the circles of hell is perfect. It's just like, dude, GNX out of nowhere would be huge. I did start listening to GNX, but I didn't finish it in time. I think I've listened to the first 4 or 5 songs of GNX, but I haven't finished it. Same thing with JPEG Mafia. I think I started it, but I didn't finish it yet. It's a perfect album. It really is. So many great songs. Again, this is similar to When We Were Friends, where I have like I went through the album, picked the songs that I liked, and then stopped listening to it for a few months. And then eventually I started like going back and like I would pick up a few more songs and a few more songs. And I'm still in the process of like enjoying all of these songs again. Like I've heard them all now a few times, but I start to enjoy them more as I listen to them more. It's great. It's so fun. Scenic Goose, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Thanks for stopping by. It's so good. It's just, it's heavenly. It really is. He's so good. And like so many songs on here are just like probably my favorite songs of the year. I know this came out last year, but I don't care. Like 2023, I mean. I don't care. It's so good. He's put out too many deluxes though, I think. Some of his deluxes, like he's made like 3 of them now for this album, and some of the songs on them just aren't great, but that's okay. Chat, final guesses for number 1. How do you get In the Earth? The photo shoot for this also, I should mention, this is my favorite album cover, like almost ever. This is one of my favorite album covers of all time. I think it's so good. Yeah, so it's not Brat. I haven't listened to Brat. I also think I wouldn't like Brat if I listened to it all the way through. I want Ryan to have at least one guess. He's the music boy. I've talked about this album a few times. And I guess I haven't talked about it that much on here, but this is an album I've listened to honestly almost every day for the last like 6 months. It came out in the first half of 2024, and it took me a minute to actually listen to it all the way through, but once I did, it's just kind of insane, bro. Current Joys, it's not, but I do like what is it called? For East My Love? Or For East, I don't know what it's called. East My Love, I think it is. I didn't finish that one yet though, but I did like what I listened to so far. Hey chat, hear me out. Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft came out this year, and it's maybe one of my favorite albums of all time. It's every song on this album, chat, I have fallen in love with in so many ways. I think it is like almost a perfect album. Like I get a little bit lost at the end, but for most of this album I am locked in. Like I cannot describe the level of locked in I am. Is this a crazy pull? Like, is this crazy? I think it's great. I really do. I have been a Hit Me Hard and Soft defender for so long. Listen to this whole album when it came out. It was okay. I liked one song. Which one? I must know which one. Listen to the whole album. I don't know. I think it's above average, but not make a whole lot. The Diner's really good. You see, you get it. I think, I don't know. It's just it feels like such a body of work to me. I'm so obsessed with it. I'm sorry. Every song is so connected in so many ways. They're not the same though. They're connected, but they're not the same. It's okay. I get it. I don't know. Every single song on this album feels like a whole new beast, but also like connecting. It feels like a story in so many ways, and it's so fun. Love Chiro. Love The Diner. The Diner's probably my favorite right now. Lunch. Birds of a Feather's good. Wildflower. No, sorry. Wildflower is my favorite. Wildflower is, I think, my favorite song of the whole year. Forgot to mention that. You should witness this album. Wildflower, at least listen to Wildflower. It's my favorite song of the whole year. I think Wildflower is a perfect song, and it feels so right. I've listened to that song at least probably 50 times this year. So good. God, it hits so right for me. Anyway, those are the albums I listened to this year. We're going to do TV shows, but first I'm going to get a drink. Chat, let's take a breather. Get a drink. Breathe, okay? I'm going to get in a drink. I need moisture. Love you, though. Does the red beanie and tan adjacent shirt make me look too much like Wilbur Soot? I just looked at myself in the mirror. Chat, be honest with me. Be honest with me now. Does the beard help? Sorry, I feel like I need to. I looked in the mirror and went, oh. Yeah, right? Whoops. Yeah, that's a shame. Okay, so none of you mentioned your favorite TV shows of the year. You've all failed me. Anyway, I watched 13 TV shows this year. Let's talk about some of them. So this is a little bit different from the albums. The albums, every single album I listened to this year, I liked. I at least liked it. The average on the TV shows, it's gonna be a little bit worse. Let's be so real. Let's get IMDb out. No. You can. Here we go. Number 1, chat. This one pains me. This one really pains me a lot. Excuse me. Because this is one of my favorite shows of all time. It is. From day one, I've loved this show. Season 1 of this show, I think, is really strong. Season 2 of this show, I think, is one of my favorite seasons of television of all time. Season 3 is not great. It has issues, but I still enjoyed parts of it. And then season 4 of The Umbrella Academy, I think, is absolute crap. Don't piss me off, chat. The Umbrella Academy season 4 is so bad. I think, and it makes me so sad because this show is so perfect. Fun fact, this is the only 0.5 star ranking of the entire night. Everything else is at least 1 star. Don't piss me off, chat. Season 2 of The Umbrella Academy is genuinely one of my favorite seasons of TV ever. It's so good. Season 1 is really strong. Also, I like season 1 a lot too. Season 3 was like fine, had issues. People were like I screw people. This is my opinion. I was like, you could see cracks, you could see issues, but I was like, you guys could still come back from this. It wasn't great, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world. And then I hear Umbrella Academy season 4 is coming out. I'm like, okay, I have hope. This season ended in kind of a cool way. There could be a fun couple ways that they could do this. You find out that it's only, I think, 6 episodes long instead of 10 episodes like the rest of the season. Okay, maybe all the episodes are super long. No, they're shorter than the average episode. Okay, this is scary. I think Old last year was 1 star. I think this is my first 0.5. 0.5 is very rare. I don't like using 0.5s. Yeah, I cannot give this anymore. Like, there are a couple things that are working. It's mainly just the actors. I like the actors. I like the cast in this show a lot. Every single thing about the story of The Umbrella Academy season 4, I don't like. I don't like the ending. I think it's so stupid. I think there's no good like resolution to pretty much anything. A bunch of random, like, some of these people. Chat, who cares if I spoil The Umbrella Academy season 4? Do any of you care? Because I'm gonna do it. Okay, here I go. Mute it now. At the very end of this show, they realize that they are the problem, and they keep causing apocalypses from themselves, and so they have to die for them to save the world. And so all of them die. Problem, all of them die while a bunch of them are still angry at each other. They never like solve any resolutions. There's so many like plots that don't end because they all just die. Like at the end of the show, Five and Diego hate each other. There's this whole side plot about Diego hooking up with Lila in this season, and it's so terrible and it's so bad. And they're supposed to be like coworkers or siblings, and they start making out, and I hate it. It made me gag. And they hate it. Like Diego and Five hate each other at the end of the show, and they never like resolve anything. At the end of season 3, everybody kind of hates. Oh my god, I'm forgetting people's names. I'm already forgetting people's names. I don't remember her name right now, but I'm sorry. Her. And that really never gets resolved either. Klaus goes on a whole side plot in this season that has nothing to do with the rest of the plot. There's a point where literally everybody else is at least doing something kind of similar to the plot. Klaus is doing literally nothing plot relevant at all. He gets stuck in a grave for an entire episode. It's so bad. This season is so bad. It literally makes every character worse, and I hate it so much. It makes me so mad. Hi, Marcus. You missed me ranking every album I listened to this year, by the way. My favorite was Hit Me Hard and Soft. You'll be mad about it. I don't. But anyway, yeah, no, season 4 is so bad. But, Chad, I still encourage you to what's it called? Watch season 1 and 2 of The Umbrella Academy. They're really good. And then the show's over after season 2, believe it or not. Anyway, number 12 is Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is the live action one. I gave it a 1.5 stars. It's just the original show done worse in literally every way. If you're gonna watch this, just watch the original show. It's really easy, like background noise. I watched this entire show while I was doing the running challenge. Like the running challenge back in March, and I literally watched this entire show on the treadmill, and it was like perfect treadmill noise. It's so easy to see how inferior it is. Like, it does nothing. This is out of 5, 1.5 out of 5. Yeah, it just doesn't need a live action remake. Like, it's fine. Some people are fine in it. Like, the actors are doing their best, even though they're not very good. The special effects are trying, even though they're not very good. The plot is just worse because it's like squeezed into 8 episodes, and they added a bunch of random things that are unnecessary or worse than the original. I do like Zuko in this. There was like one thing that I liked, and I don't remember what it was. I also just don't remember like almost anything from the show. Yeah, like it's just not great. A couple little things that they changed that were probably fine, but like nothing great. They changed Zuko. He's not Zuko. What? Sokka. Hello? Okay, they changed Sokka's character. He's not a misogynist anymore. He needs to be a misogynist in the beginning, and that pissed me off. You don't really ever see Katara get better at bending like you do in the original first season. Aang doesn't even try to bend, I don't think, water in the first season, which is crazy because that was like a huge... The first book is called Water. He should be learning water. Yeah, the whole show is just a very worse version of the original. I don't know. The original show's first season is probably like a 4 out of 5. This is just worse in every way. I will still probably watch the next 2 seasons just because they'll be fine. And I love Avatar. And I'm kind of curious to see what they do with it. But I don't care if it isn't good. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, number 11 is Echo. This is a show that had really good promise in my eyes. I was really excited for this. And then it just kind of ended up being a dud. It didn't do anything egregiously bad. It was just kind of did the thing that makes me the most upset. It was boring by the end. Yeah. It just gets really boring by the end. The first like episode of the show is pretty strong. The rest of it's really boring and just a slog, and nothing really great happens. I don't even remember much of it. I watched this in like January. Very forgetful. It's a shame because I was really excited for this one. 10 is The Acolyte. 2.5 stars. Again, really forgetful. I watched this one in like October. Hater time, you should not be excited for a Marvel show. I was excited. The trailers looked really good for Echo. Sorry. The trailers looked really promising. So did The Acolyte. I had heard okay things about The Acolyte. Like, it had kind of brewed like a small cult following of people online, and I was kind of excited for it. I was hoping for good things, and it was mid. I don't know what I was really expecting it to be, but it was just so boring again. There were a couple of cool things in it. I like the main guy. I'm blanking on his name right now. I'm blanking on both these people's names. I like them both. They're both kind of very wooden in this show, though, because I'm going to assume it was down to the directing and probably how many insane green screen stuff they had to deal with. I don't know. It's really bland. It's really forgettable. I watched this like 2 or 3 months ago, and I already forget the whole thing. It just was like, whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Number 9 is Eric. This is one on Netflix. It's like a 6-episode miniseries on Netflix. It's 3 stars. It was fine. It was good. Like, it was okay. Nothing crazy. I think this show uses a lot of puppets. like actual like almost Sesame Street like puppets. Like it's based on a show. It's not based on a show. There's a show in the universe that is very similar to Sesame Street, and I love me a good puppet. There's so many good puppets in this. They end it with like, you can see the big, this guy's a big puppet. They have like this giant 6-foot walking puppet. Love that. Love the designs. Love the practical stuff with the puppets. Really, really, really cool. The problem is there's like 2 main stories in this. There's like an A story with Benedict Cumberbatch, trying to find his kid. There's a B story with, what's it called? There's a B story with this cop trying to solve where, Benedict Cumberbatch's kid went, but also like a side mystery that's kind of like imbued with it. And those 2 storylines like kind of almost never connect. And also the B story that we don't get as much of as the A story is way better. Is way better than the A story. A lot of the Benedict Cumberbatch stuff eventually gets really repetitive and kind of slogs. The mystery is cool, but we don't really get that much of it. Like the mystery cop story is kind of cool, but we don't get much of it after like the first 2 episodes. So it's like fine. I don't know. It was cool. I like the visuals of it a lot, and I really like the puppets. Number 8 is Hilda Season 3. This one I watched at the very beginning of the year, so I don't remember a lot. I remember the vibes being fun. I loved Hilda as a show. The episodes in the season were really fun. A couple cool new characters. I was kind of surprised at the direction that they went with this. It was cute. Hilda's very cute. Hilda's a very cute show. Write down what stuff I watch. You should, because I really like to know what you watch. I really think you should get Letterboxd. It's a very easy way to keep track of things. That's the only reason I'm able to make this PowerPoint, is because I kept track in my Letterboxd of everything I watched. Yeah, it's good. It's a very cute show. I can't say it did anything super crazy for me this season, but it's very cute. Number 7 is Ripley. This one is probably the best looking show I've watched all year. Literally every shot of this show is a painting. It is. I said Letterboxd. It's cool. I like Letterboxd. I'm a fan. Yeah, Ripley, every shot of this show is a painting. It's really slow though. I think it's slow. It's very intentionally slow. It's showing you like the steps of a murder. It's very methodical in how it's like showing people get murdered. It shows you every single minute step of it in like excruciating detail and in like slow motion almost. It's good. Sometimes it gets too slow for me. I can only take so much. I love Andrew Scott. Love him. He's based, and he really held the show for me. I think if it was anybody else, I would have lost interest really fast. But the visual style and Andrew Scott kept me pretty locked in, and it's altogether pretty good. Like it's pretty good. It's definitely better than anything else I've seen before this. Next up, speaking of Marvel shows from earlier, don't get excited for a new Marvel show. I wasn't. And then Agatha All Along was actually really good. Chat, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay? Most random show. Yeah. Agatha All Along is a show that actually exists. And for some reason, it's really, really good. It's really weird and really good. It is Marvel doing actual practical effects sometimes. And like building real sets. And hiring real, like, good actors. The cast of this show is the best cast of, I think, any Marvel thing ever. They had Patti LuPone in this with Catherine Hahn and, why am I forgetting her name right now? Oh my god. Her. Chat, why am I forgetting her name? She's in like 3 movies on this list and I'm forgetting her name right now. Somebody help. Oh my god, this is so bad for me. Anyway, the cast of the show is insane. Practical effects. Aubrey Plaza, thank you. Really, really great cast. Really, honestly, a solid show. There's an episode of this show, I think it's 8 episodes in total, so it's probably like episode 6 or something, that mainly focuses on Patti LuPone's character. And it like kind of goes back through some of the like some of the rest of the season beforehand and some of it after. Patti LuPone's character has an issue where she's like slipping through time, and it follows her, like it finally locks in on her as she's like slipping through. So good. Great episode of TV. One of my favorite TV episodes of the whole year. Really, honestly, it's really, really good. I was shocked. I really was expecting this to be so bad. And I started hearing good things. I was like, okay, maybe I'll give it a look. And it was really good. Like, it's still not great, but I really liked it a lot. So much more than I thought I would. I'd rewatch this, like, now. I would. This feels like something I might rewatch around Halloween. It's just fun. It's really fun. And it takes risks that I feel like a lot of Marvel stuff just won't take. I think they didn't care about this show very much. They just like, kind of let the people do whatever they wanted. And it shows because they like actually worked hard on it. It's cool. Beef is at number 5. This one I had at 5 stars at the beginning of the year. I watched this back in January. Excuse me. And I remember adoring it back then. And I think it's the only reason it's fallen down a little bit to 4.5 is because it hasn't stuck with me as much as I'd liked it to have. So I brought it down a little bit. It's basically these two people get into almost a car accident, I think. Or like just get these two people with insane anger issues get into a confrontation in their cars at some point. And their lives keep weaving in and out of each other's as they try to screw over the other person even more. And it goes so far in the best way. Like it genuinely, it keeps doubling down on itself, but somehow it doesn't get stupid, if that makes sense. Like it keeps going. Like every time you think like, okay, there's no way they're going to keep, oh, okay, yeah, they're going to keep going. And it's very funny. It is hater energy, the show. It's really good. Hi Dad, crazy poster for you to join in on. Yeah, it's a good show. I wish that I remembered a little bit more of it as, like, I wish I had held on to it a little more, but from what I remember, it's really good. I need to speed this up, chat. We're not even through the TV shows yet. Normal People, really good. 4.5 stars. Made me depressed. Watched this recently. Absolutely incredible. Love Paul Mescal. Love Daisy Edgar Jones. Cool. Irish people are cool for once. Baby Reindeer is the best show that came out this year. Believe it or not. I don't think any of the other shows came out this year, but I don't remember. This is an original. It's a Netflix miniseries. Please watch this. Please watch it. The creator of it, this is his actual, like, part of his actual life story. Crazy that he made this into a real thing, and that this is his actual life. Insanely honest. Really good performance from him and from Richard Gadd, and I don't remember her name, but they're both so spectacular in this show. Really, really good. Really strange, but really good. I don't know. I want to watch this again right now. It's a really strong show. It's basically, he starts getting stalked by this really strange woman, and it kind of goes in and out of his life as he like kind of almost becomes obsessed with her in some ways. I don't know. It's cool. Chat, number 2 is The Bear. Chat, is this The Bear? We're at 5 stars, by the way. Baby Ranger's 5 stars. So is The Bear. The Bear's awesome. Season 3 is a very different vibe from the last 2 seasons, but I still think it's really good. And also the first 2 seasons of The Bear are absolutely perfect. Season 3 is like a 4.5 out of 5, maybe, but the first 2 seasons are 5 out of 5s. It's so good. I have no notes. There's no notes. The filmmaking of the show is my favorite out of any show. I think I've seen, like, ever, maybe. I think every frame of the show is so well made and so cool and so, like, dirty and gross, and I love it. The performances are awesome. I'm a personal lover of Io Adibri, and she's awesome in this show. Jeremy Allen White's awesome in this show. Ibn Barak Moss is really great in this show. He's gonna be in Fantastic Four, so I'm very excited for him. It's just like such a random show to have been this like awesome and good. Watch this show. Watch all the 5-star shows. The Bear's great. I think it gets almost better. Season 1, okay, every season is different. Season 1 is a really good season of TV. where it's like one solid story all the way through, with like little tangents here and there that are really perfect. Like I think that season 1 is my favorite season altogether. Season 2 has less of an overarching plot and has better standalone episodes. There are episodes of season 2 that are like 50-minute short films, and they are perfect. Like you have all probably heard the episode of Fishes that has like John Mulaney and Bob Odenkirk and Jamie Lee Curtis and like all these random cameos from people, and it's perfect. It's like an hour long, and it's Christmas dinner, and it's so good, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the season, and it's so good. It's the best episode. And season 3 is a little slower. It takes a step back, and it also has even more of like these kind of solo episodes, and it's still like really good. Very strange. Chat number 1 almost pisses me off. Last year I had a vendetta against this show because I love Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul is my favorite TV show of all time. And over the last few years, I have wanted Better Call Saul to win some Emmys for its incredible work, for its cinematography, for its directing, for its immaculate performances from Bob Odenkirk, and I cannot remember her name, and this is so bad for me, but the main actress in Better Call Saul, who I love. Because I think Better Call Saul is the best show ever, and I love it. But there was this one show, chat, that kept stealing all of Better Call Saul's Emmys. Better Call Saul ended its 6-season run with 0 Emmy wins. It was nominated for over 60. And I had such a vendetta against this show because it kept stealing Emmys from Better Call Saul that this year I sat down and I said, okay, it finally just ended. I'm going to watch it. And chat, Succession is so good. Oh my God. Whew. Succession is like maybe the most perfect show ever in a lot of ways. It's kind of crazy how good this show is. For a show of just people talking in rooms about business, it's so good. It is a show that you just like, you get locked in. Arf, you need to give it like 2 episodes. The first 2 episodes, I watched the first 2 episodes of the show, and then I stopped for a bit. I was like, okay, that's like fine. And then immediately after that, like I picked up episode 3, and then from there, I watched all 4 seasons in like less than a month. I locked in. And every episode's like an hour long. I think there's 39 episodes in the whole show. They're all like an hour long each. It's like, it's unfair how good this show is. It's crazy. The dialogue, I think, is my favorite dialogue of any show ever. It's just so good. Like, it's so funny, so clever, with so many, like, so much of its wordplay. It's real. Like, it's, There's plot lines in this show that I don't think you could ever, like, I don't know how somebody made these up, you know? Like, I don't know how this is an idea somebody has. The line, or you need to watch Succession. If anybody watches any show from this list, watch Succession. It is, as much as I love Better Call Saul, Succession is probably the best TV show that's been made in like this, maybe not this century because Breaking Bad exists, but it's in the conversation of one of the best shows that's been made in this decade, or not this decade, this century. It's really, really good. I think that it's crazy. There's a line in this show called, "You can't make a tomlet without cracking some Greggs." And that might be one of the funniest lines in TV. And I can't tell you the context. And I can't tell you like why it's a thing that exists. It's so every performance in this show, by the way, is perfect. I adore every single one of these people. Kieran Culkin, we'll talk about him later. Sarah Snook is one of my favorite actresses. Like, she's great. This whole thing is like insane. It is a comedy. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I've explained that enough. It's a comedy. There are moments of drama, like for sure, but it's mostly a comedy, and it works so well. It's so good. Watch Succession. We got to move on. We have so many things to talk about. Okay, so movies. There's 144 movies, chat. We're locking in now, but there's a bunch of ones that I'm not gonna rank, and there's some reasons for a lot of them. Let me explain why. Okay. I know it doesn't look like a comedy. It is so unbelievably funny. It's insane how funny it is. It actually, like, it's insane how funny that show is. It's really, like, it's really good. I wish I could explain, like, through some of the plot lines, but I'm not spoiling any of it for you. Just start watching it. Genuinely, just start watching it. It's so good. And also with Succession, I'll mention this. Even if it's not the best show of all time, period, season 4 of Succession might be the best season of TV ever. Season 4 is, like, really perfect. It is on HBO, I think just that, because it's an HBO original. Get HBO. Get HBO. You'll have it for a month. It's like $10. Get to work. Okay, so there's a bunch of movies I'm not ranking. I have like 20 things to mention. Some of these are rewatches. Some of these are short films. A lot of these, I'm going to warn you, I'm going to yap about some of these films because a lot of them are 5 stars because I've watched these films in the past and I didn't want to like bulk up my ranking with a bunch of 5-star movies that I've already seen and knew I was going to love because I've seen them before and rewatched them this year just because I like them. Bunch of random short films in here, bunch of random specials in here and like mini series. Yeah, let me explain. Okay. So there's a few in here. So Maddie is a short film that I watched after I watched a movie called The Beguiled. Excuse me, just because I like Addison Ricky. And I saw this on her Letterboxd as like a credit that she had, and I was like, okay, let's watch it. And it's totally fine. There's some good shots. There's some okay acting. Short films are really hard to get anywhere above like 3.5 stars at most, especially like really short films like this one, just because like they're very simple. There's not really much crazy going on. It's good. It's not sweet. It's like this girl goes over to this guy's house and he's like a weirdo, and that's basically it. Eric and Oliver, 5 stars. Dare I say it? It's not because I worked on it. It's not because I took this picture. It's not because my name's in the poster. That doesn't matter. It's 5 stars. It's perfect. Also, this film has done waves in a lot of ways. It's really cool. It has 600,000 views on YouTube. It has an actual, I think, IMDb page, and it's on Letterboxd as an actual short film, which is cool. I love my friend Dylan. He is so sweet and so good, and I love him. It is, yeah, like it's gotten there. Ad. Arf just said the F word. How do I allow it? Allow. Allow. Is Ryan still here? Ryan definitely left. Ryan doesn't care about my little movies. But yeah, Eric and Oliver's really good. Like, if you look up Eric and Oliver, it's the first thing that comes up. Thank you for the 100 bits, Kyle. Yeah, see? Yeah, IMDb. Short 2023. Hey, look at this. Ready? Chat, who took these photos? Me. I took this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Took all them photos. Yeah, I love it. I think it's really good. It's sweet. Like, it's very sweet, very simple. The poster photo is one of my favorite poster photos I've ever taken. Yeah, it's got 600,000 views. Where is that? Yeah, I think it's this one, right? Yeah. 14 minutes. If you ever get a chance, give it a watch. It's cute. It has almost 700,000 views, actually. It's crazy, like how big it's gotten. I love it. It's very sweet. It's very simple. It's just nice. I don't know. A very nice film. Not really any conflict. It's very nice. Spider Within. Spider-Verse story. Crazy title. Too long. Shorten it. Just call it The Spider Within. It's cool. 3.5 stars. Visually, it's awesome. Of course, Spider-Verse. Yeah, that's kind of it about this one. Like, it looks cool. It's kind of a one and done. I didn't even know that they made it at first. I'm happy they did, though. It's kind of random, but cool. Good for them. If anything happens, I love you. I gave this 3 stars. I think I caught this on Netflix at some point. Random short film. The art style is really cool. The message is kind of nice. The end, it has a really weird ending with like a really weird song choice that kind of threw me off really hard. But other than that, it's really simple, really sweet. Two Distant Strangers has 2.5 stars. This is like a 20-minute short that was on Netflix earlier this year. I go back and forth on this one because the idea is kind of fun. Like, this guy goes in a time loop, and every single time he's trying to leave like this girl's apartment and keeps getting attacked and killed by this cop. in a bunch of different ways, who stops him on the street because he's racially profiling him. It's good in a concept. I think some of the acting is really rough, and by the end, they are literally beating the crap out of you with the message, like so hard. Like the cop has like a "I'm the bad guy" monologue at one point, and I remember sitting there listening to it, just being like, "Okay, we know you're not good." Like it's like we know the message. You don't need to scream it to us in a monologue. Still, as an idea though, it was cool. You probably did see a clip of it on YouTube. Don't F with Cats is one of my favorite documentaries I've ever watched. I don't watch a lot of docs, I'll be real with you. I gave it 4 stars because I know it's not perfect. It's about these people on, like, I want to say on Reddit. I don't even know if it's on Reddit or not, but I don't care. Who, like, tried to find this cat murderer who kept, like, taunting them online. And it's so interesting. It has no right to be as interesting as it is. I've watched it like 3 times. It's so random and so like niche, but I love it. It also doesn't need to be a documentary because the people on the Reddit didn't actually really do anything. But it's still so cool. I have not ranked Y2K yet. We're going through all like the random stuff that I don't want to rank just because like this is like a 3-episode mini-series that I've watched a couple times now. It's good. If you ever feel like it, throw it on. It's very easy background noise. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, one of my favorite movies of all time. Let's go! I just like it. Edgar Wright's cool. Michael Cera's cool. This movie's cool. The music's really good. I've unironically obsessed with some of the music in this movie. There's just such an energy to this movie that I think is so unmatched by any other movies I've ever seen. I love movies. You will hear this a few times as we go through this ranking. Certain movies just have vibes. I love a movie with vibes, okay? This movie is vibes. No, Michael Cera's perfect. I love Michael Cera and I love Michael Cera in this movie. Also, Kieran Culkin's in this movie, which automatically adds a star to it. It did get a show. It has a Netflix show called Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. It's actually good. It's kind of based on the movie in some ways, which is based on comics. It's really strange, but the show is really good too. I watched it last year and it was on last year's Ranked. It's a good movie. It's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. I watched it again this year and I was like, I showed it to somebody for the first time and I have seen this probably almost 5 times and I laughed at every joke still. It's so funny. I said that Y2K has not been ranked yet. We're not into the actual ranking yet. I'm just talking about ones that I like. These are all the 5 stars, by the way, that I didn't want to clog up because I've seen these all. Bo Burnham, Make Happy. I like this special more. Every single time I watch it, I like it more. I know, I wish it was getting a second season. I'm so mad about it. I love the first season of that show. Make Happy's great. Like I said, better every single time I watch it. I adore Bo Burnham. He is my artistic icon. Moving on. 8th Grade, more Bo Burnham. He is a great director. This movie, I think I watched it twice this year. I caught it at a special screening in a movie theater, which was really awesome. I watched this movie when I was in 8th grade, and I didn't like it, and I told myself, I'm going to like this in a couple years, I think, and I did. I like Make Happy more than Inside. Hot take, for sure. Piping hot take. But Make Happy is very close to Inside for me, I think. I think in terms of like actual comedy specials, it's the best comedy special I've ever seen. In terms of like the actual special format, I think Inside is a very different beast than Make Happy. In the stage performance format, Make Happy is my favorite thing ever, like on a stage. It's great. It's great. It's so good. 8th Grade's really good. I liked it so much better. Every time I watch 8th Grade, I like it more. Same thing with Make Happy. Love it. Y2K is amazing to me, my friends. It's something that hit with me personally on an emotional, comedic level. Yeah, you're not going to love where I have it ranked. It's not at the bottom, but it's not at the top. It's cute. It was good. I like that you like it so much. I didn't adore it. But it's good. It's good. It's very cute. Very cute movie. Zodiac is also 5 stars. Probably the best Fincher movie. Don't at me. No. Second best Fincher movie. Don't at me. Really good. Really long, but it keeps you locked in for the whole thing. Do you rank musicals or watch musicals? I have one, I think, on here. that I watched, and we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, you're just kind of locked in for like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and the ending even doesn't really even give you a full ending, but it's so good every time. Everything Everywhere All at Once, 5 stars, one of my favorite movies of all time. End of sentence. Makes me cry every single time. Love it to death. Lady Bird, another one. I watched this when I was in like 8th grade and said, I'm going to like this more in a few years. Every single time I watch Lady Bird, I like it even more, and I already think it's like perfect. So good. So good. So good. I have no notes for Lady Bird. Love Lady Bird. Love Greta Gerwig. She's great. She's incredible. 7 is my favorite Fincher movie. 7 is so dirty and grimy and disgusting and dark, and it's perfect. It's the perfect thriller. It is my favorite thriller movie, I think, of all time. There's like a moment in this movie where everything flips on its head, and it's actually perfect. Like, it's insane how good it is. There's a moment, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's a moment in this movie, you will know what it is when it happens, that you go, wait, what? What's happening? And it's so good. It's so good. Hi, Vic. Welcome to the stream. It's so good. Another 5-star, Whiplash. One of my favorite movies of all time. Probably top 10 all time. Whiplash is really good. Love music. Love people being obsessed with things. Such a devastating movie. And it's like, it's so short. Like, it's 1 hour and 40, but it feels like an hour long. It just keeps going, and you don't really get a minute to breathe. And J.K. Simmons has my heart, my soul, and I need him. Charlie Brown Christmas. I got Apple TV Plus for Christmas so that my family could watch this. It's only like 25 minutes, and I love it. It makes me so happy. I love Charlie Brown. Everything about Charlie Brown makes me happy. Every Charlie Brown thing ever is 5 stars. Sorry, it's true. Come at me, liberals. Anyway. Saw this one. That's crazy. Hamilton's also 5 stars. One of the best musicals of all time. And the film of it, like the recording of it, is insane. I watched this 2.5 hour beast with like 5 friends, and it was a sing-along, it was a dance-along, it was a twerk-along. And it's life-changing. It's really good. I haven't watched it in like 3 or 4 years. Still really good. Inside is my favorite thing of all time. End of sentence. Favorite thing, favorite movie, favorite piece of art ever created, and I adore it, and I will never stop talking about it. I love Inside with all of my heart and soul. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I watched this last year. I will watch it every Christmas. It's okay. It's pretty good. I don't think I could ever watch it more than once a year. I think as I go on, I might get more tired of it. Chevy Chase is a bad person. Good movie. Nonsense Christmas with Sabrina Carpenter, 3.5 stars. This was cute. Some good songs. Love Chapel Roan. Yeah, that's it. Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. I watched this last year. This time I watched it with my mom, which is crazy. Love Rachel Sennett. Yeah, still a good movie. Literally the same ranking that I had as before. It's like a low 3.5. Anyways, let's lock in. Now that we've cleared the short films, we've cleared all the 5 stars. There's only 2 5 stars, I think, in the whole list now. Let me check. Maybe 3. No, there's 3 5 stars in the whole list now. Now that we've cleared all those, now we've cleared all the mini things and the musicals and the 3-episode boys and the specials. Let's do this. Chat, 124 movies. Let's begin. To lock in, I think we need to explain kind of what the ranking system here is. We're going to start at 1 star, move our way up to 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and 5 stars. Each star has its own kind of connotation with it that I will explain as we go, but I'm going to try to give you a basic idea right now, okay? 0.5 stars. Come here. Come look at me. Come here. Hi. Hey, how's it going? 0.5 stars, nothing redeemable. Don't like it, actively hate it. I don't even get joy from watching it. Like, there's things that are fun bad. This thing isn't even fun bad. I hate it with a passion. So far, that's just the Umbrella Academy Season 4. 1 star, really, really bad. Typically something that's funny to laugh at. That's about it. 1.5 stars, still pretty bad. one or two things that are okay, or like maybe something that I was like, that's interesting, or just like really boring, really bland, really forgettable, that just did not do anything for me really, except for like little teeny tiny things. 2 stars. 2 stars where we start getting somewhere. It's like, okay, this had some things. This is usually where like some of the most forgettable ones are in. I need to look at this. What did I rank 2 stars? Where are my 2 stars? Yeah, 2 stars is like, I have a lot of problems with you. I've forgotten a lot of you. But there's things in this that I do find appealing. It could be performances. It could be shots. It could be storylines or the score. Like something. There's something with 2 stars that I start to like. I still, if I had to pick between saying I like it or I don't like it, I still don't like it. But I think it's getting somewhere good. 2.5 stars is flat middle of the road. Okay? Flat middle of the road is 2.5. 2.5 is like either I've completely forgotten about this movie, like I have no opinion on it whatsoever, or I'm too divided on it to really give it a good or a bad. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, most you'll see, Freya, most movies get like 3 or 3.5 from me. But yeah, 2.5 is like very middle of the road. I either have no opinion on it or I have too much of an opinion on it and I can't get either way. 3 stars is good. It's not doing anything great. It has a lot of drawbacks that are still kind of pissing me off. But there is some really fun stuff going on that I really appreciate. 3.5 stars. This is a good movie. This is a movie I'd recommend to people. There's nothing blowing me away, or there's some things that are taking me out of it. Typically, some of the 3.5s are going to be like, are a lot of the ones where the ending doesn't like sell it for me. I have a lot of movies this year for some reason where the ending just wasn't great, but a lot of 3.5 stars, I'm like, yeah, that was good. I'd watch that again. 4 stars, we get into like really solid movies. There's like 1, 2, maybe 3 things that I'm like, not great. But a lot of this movie is really, really solid. Like, it's well made. The story's fun. A couple little drawbacks, but like altogether a really, really solid movie that I really like. 4.5 stars, nearly a perfect movie. Like, I will remember this movie for a while. I will talk to people about this movie. Huge fan. Like, I am a fan of this movie. I love this movie. Yeah, like really small things that are holding it back from 5, but like really close. Like a really, like almost perfect movie. And then 5 stars is just like incredible, perfect movie. Love it. We'll watch it again. We'll enjoy it again. We'll continue to love this forever. What did I just move by accident? Hang on, I just moved something. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. So that's the framework we're going in here with. Let's begin. 1 star again. Movies I don't like. Movies that are bad. Movies that are bad and make me feel bad, but kind of fun bad. Like Idiocracy. Idiocracy pisses me off. It's the closest I've ever gotten to half a star, besides The Umbrella Academy. I watched this down the shore with my cousin when we watched 7 movies in a week. This movie starts with a good idea, like kind of a funny premise. It's a comedy. I'm not a big comedy guy all the time. This movie starts with the premise of human beings are stupid. It starts with this really funny premise. It's like, human beings, the smart ones, are too busy getting jobs and being productive in life that they don't want to have kids. The dumb ones, they like having sex. And so over time, the human population just gets dumber and dumber because the only people having sex are the people that are dumb and just like sex. And all the smart people are too busy working and enjoying their lives. It's kind of a funny premise. Kind of funny, kind of silly. It could be a good satire. That's what got the extra half star. That's why it's at 1 star. Everything else in the movie is boring and bland and pissed me off. My cousin Jack picked this, and afterward he apologized to me. I was like, it's okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm moving on because I don't want to think about it. Number 123 is Hot Frosty. I never looked at the poster of this. When I heard Hot Frosty, I was like, oh, is that some weird kind of drink? And it took me to actually watching the movie to go, oh my god, they're just talking about Frosty the Snowman being hot. And chat, I asked, I think, a very important question when me and like 5 or 6 other people were watching this together. Is he hot enough to warrant him being called Hot Frosty? Chat, is he bad enough? I don't know if he's bad enough to earn the title of Hot Frosty. Like, he's bad, for sure, but he's not bad enough to be Hot Frosty. Like, when you think of Frosty the Snowman, do you really think that the titular hot version of Frosty the Snowman is him? Is he hot enough to be Hot Frosty? No. Frosty the Snowman can get it. He can. But I don't think he's earned the title. He is, in fact, mocking at us. It's a really stupid movie. I just liked laughing at it. I would walk away from this movie for like 5 minutes at a time and just like periodically join for a couple of minutes. I probably watched maybe 70 or 80% of the movie. And I didn't need the rest. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. I think that's the actual way to watch it, is like a couple minutes at a time in between drinking alcohol and like talking to your friends. It's really stupid. Yeah, the scarf makes him human. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. 122 is the spirit of Christmas. Yes, I watched this last year. Yes, this is a rewatch, and it should be on the other list, but it won't be. I will be watching this probably every year, and it will be on the ranking every year. I don't like it. It's such a dumb movie. This guy's a ghost, and she's a woman who's trying to sell the house that he's haunting. And it's so dumb, but I love making fun of this movie. My friend Josie unironically kind of likes this movie, and I love making fun of her for it and making fun of this movie to her face. This is the second time I've watched this movie now, and it's only gonna get worse. Yeah. Vic, you should watch season 1 and 2 and then stop. Anyway, we're gonna move on to 1.5 stars. Those are the worst movies I watched this year. You enjoy making fun of them? I love making fun of them. I don't enjoy watching them. I like making fun of them. The act of watching them is so painful. Like, Spirit of Christmas is an hour and a half. There's a lot of fun times where I'm making fun of it. There's also a lot of times where it's me. Like, I watched this in a room of like 12 people. There's a lot of times where it is just 12 people just sitting there staring at the screen. Just, yep. It's not fun. 1.5 stars. These are the movies that still actively piss me off. Both of these are probably actually 1 stars when I think about it, but they had a few things going for them, or like 1 or 2 things that were going for them. Okay, let's talk about Wish. I watched Wish while I was at work. Like, I watched it, like almost all these movies I watched either in a theater or like in my bed or in my living room on the couch, like in a good relaxed position. Wish I watched during a power outage, like at a desk at work, and then eventually I like paused it and finished it in my bed in the middle of a power outage at school. Really strange movie. I think it cursed me for that day. Not good. So forgettable. I actually don't remember like anything from this movie. I remember kind of liking the visuals of it, to be real. I know that it looks really weird, but I liked that Disney took a risk with the visuals for once. It didn't really pan out well, but I thought it was cool that they tried something different. And that's it. I like Chris Pine. I don't like him in the movie. I don't remember a single character's name. I don't remember the plot, really. I don't remember anything from this movie. It's just not good. Yeah, I just kind of liked it because Disney took a chance for once. What Jennifer Did is a Netflix documentary that I watched and was like, okay. Here's the problem with this one, chat. They kind of spoil it with the title. Because the whole, like, first half or 2/3 of this entire movie documentary is, like, setting the scene of Jennifer as, like, this very innocent person. And, like, telling you the whole setup of everything. And being like, oh, but this poor girl. And then it's, like, halfway or 2/3 of the way in, and then they're like, oh, but little did you know, Jennifer was the bad guy. And it's so silly because it's like, guys, the title is What Jennifer Did, and this is the poster. We know she did something bad. We know there's a problem. And also apparently this one used made AI photos of her to make her look like worse. Like not worse physically, like a worse person. Like they made up images of her to make her look like an even worse person. And chat, she's already not a good person. She's already a really bad person, believe it or not. But they used weird AI photos to try to make her look even worse. And you shouldn't have to do that. She's a murderer. What are we doing? So bad. It's so bad. Sorry. Anyway, 2 stars. I still don't watch too many super bad movies, but this is where we start to get in larger chunks. I had a couple of 2-star movies this year. These are movies that still anger me. You know what? I'm going to move one movie down to 1.5 stars. There's one thing about this list, and that's going to keep fluctuating. I just made this yesterday, and even as I was creating this PowerPoint, I was kind of wish I'd move some of these because I think my ranking's a little off. Anyway, one other 1.5 star movie is going to be Vivarium. Chat, this movie pissed me off. I remember watching this and being like, damn, we're still going. This movie pissed me off. I don't think it pissed me off in a way that What Jennifer Did or Wish did. I like Jesse Eisenberg. I do. So I had to support this movie for him. I had to keep watching it because I had already started it and like Jesse Eisenberg. As an idea, kind of cool. Could be a cool short film. Chat, it's like 1 hour and 45 minutes or something. It's so long and so not worth it. It's so bad and it pissed me off. It gets frustrating after a while. Some of the point of it is to actually annoy you. And it did that, but I was annoyed. And I don't like being annoyed. Anyway, 2 stars. Red Notice. I remember nothing from this movie. Chat, I'm going to be real with you. I was thinking about the movies I watched this year, and I stumbled on Red Notice, and I swore that Chris Evans was in this movie. There was a part of me that was really sure that Chris Evans was in this movie, and he's just not. Always fun watching Gal Gadot. I'll be the worst actor in every movie she's in. Always fun. Actually, this one's kind of a Gal Gadot, Dwayne Johnson bad acting off. They're trying to outdo each other with how bad they are at acting. This movie also is the same movie as all the 50 million other Dwayne Johnson movies that are now on Netflix. There's Red Notice, there's Red One, there's some other one that I can't even think of right now. That I know exists because I mistook it for Red Notice at first. It's so dumb. It is such a nothing burger of a movie. I like Ryan Reynolds for the most part. And this movie, he's really the only person kind of trying to save the movie. It's not good. It's so not good. Why is he so red? I couldn't tell you. He's so red. Because it's Red Notice, baby. All Good Things is 117. Ryan Gosling and Kirsten Dunst. Love them both to death. Kirsten Dunst will get her flowers later on today. But this movie was really bad. I liked the first, act of this movie, the first, third of it. And then it just gets bad. Good night, Freya. I hope you have a wonderful dream. I hope you dream about all the 116 movies I still have to talk about. Yeah, this movie's not good. The first third of it's really kind of nice. It's sweet and then falling in love, and then it just gets bad, and then it keeps going and keeps getting worse as it goes. I'm like, oh, this is the direction we're going in? Why? And it's I think it's sort of based on a true story or something. I don't even know. It's really silly. Some of these scenes are really silly. It hard cuts after that first act. It hard cuts in a different movie, and it's just not good. I don't know. Love them both. Love them both. It's not good. Joker 2 is going to be number 116. I will say this. All the other movies before this, I will forget about. I don't know if I'm going to be able to forget about Joker 2. I have not stopped thinking about this movie since I saw it. I remember walking out of the theater with the person that I'd gone to see it with, and they asked me, because this is one that I was like, I want to go see this. I've heard people don't like it. I am so curious about it. And she asked me, she was like, so what you think? Because I had been like silent. She was like, so what you think? And I was like, I don't know. What a weird movie. One of the best looking movies in a really long time. It looks really, really good. Like, really good. And it's a shame that it's such a nothing burger. There's like 1 or 2 songs in this movie. It's a musical, by the way. There's like 13 songs or something. Like 11 to 13 or something. I like the first one. The first one's fine. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's fine. This one's a struggle. I appreciate the idea of them trying to shit on the fans of the first movie. That's kind of fun. I like the idea of this movie a lot. I think every way that it goes with the idea it had is the wrong way. There's like 2 good songs in the whole movie. And as soon as I left, the one thing that I noticed as soon as I left the movie was that I could not remember a single song that they had sang. Like a single one. Which scared me. But yeah, not a lot of good songs in this movie. Really pretty movie. Gaga's great in it. Joaquin Phoenix is decent in it. Like, he's still good. But Lady Gaga's the best part of the movie. And yeah, I don't know. I'm going to think about this one for a really long time. Just because I don't know why it's so bad. And it makes me sad that it's so bad. Because it does actually have some kind of cool ideas. But it doesn't do any of it well. A shame. 115 is ISS. You're gonna get snow, by the way. I heard I have to make like a 2.5 hour drive tomorrow, so we're gonna see how that goes. Yay! ISS is also a nothing movie. This one actually reminded me a little bit of One of Us. In a way, it's like it's a bunch of people trapped in like the International Space Station, and they have to like, they all kind of start. Okay, the premise of this movie's cool. It's Russians and Americans on, like sharing the space of the ISS. I think it's like 3 of each of them. And the power goes out and like a nuclear war begins on Earth. And they're all stuck on the ISS and they both get transmissions from their country of like, take control of the ISS. We are at war. Kind of a cool premise. They don't really go anywhere with it. Like, it doesn't go anywhere super good, which is a shame because I do like the premise of it. That's what got it the 2 stars. Anyway, 2.5 stars. We're at 2.5 now. 2.5, 2.5. This is ones that I have either too much to think about, so I can't pick a direction, or I have no thoughts on it. Where we hit Freaks. This was a movie that I saw. It was on Netflix for like 2 weeks. It's a really strange, like it's very obviously an indie movie. I don't even know if, yeah, no, this is the right poster. A nuclear war? I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. I think the world like ends at the end of it, maybe. I don't know. I actually have no idea. Yeah, Freaks is a very, very indie movie. Like, you can tell it's very low budget. You can tell like just a couple of like a very small production company made it. And I think it's cool that Netflix was supporting indie movies, so I did watch it to support them. It's not great though. The plot's a little strange. The way that they communicate some ideas is very short film-like, which I think is, I mean that in a bad way. They just struggle a little bit with the storytelling, but I appreciate what it was going for. That's it. 113 is The Autopsy of a Jane Doe. I didn't love this one. This one's basically, a Jane Doe is like an unidentified body. It's basically, these what is it called, people who like examine dead bodies. They find this body and they have to examine it and try to figure out who it is, and the body is haunted and cursed and starts driving them crazy. It doesn't drive them crazy, but it like haunts them and stuff. And Brian Cox is in it. He's the lead of Succession, and I like Brian Cox. Don't take that out of context. Autopsy of Jane Doe is fine. It never goes anywhere that I was really excited about. It ends in a way that I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But it never really blew my mind. It never made me super excited. It was fine. And it was boring. Yeah, really unfortunate last name. Number 112 is Death on the Nile. Again, always super fun to watch Gal Gadot be the worst actress in every movie she's in. This whole cast is crazy, by the way. The whole cast of this movie is insane. The only part that I enjoyed in this movie was the line, "and enough wine to fill the Nile," from Gal Gadot. It became a meme when this movie came out. The rest of it's not great. The way that they solve the mystery is kind of cool, like a little fun, but it's also like 2 hours and something long, and it's really boring, and not a lot of good stuff happens, and a lot of really boring stuff happens. And I remember just being there like halfway through and just being like, what are we doing? Why am I still watching this? 111 is Wild Things. Chat, screw it, I recommend this movie. This was on Netflix and I went, sure, why not? Let's see what happens. This is the most insane movie I think I've ever seen. I don't even fully remember all of the plot. Actually, I remember some of it. There's like 4 plot twists in this movie. Like, it plot twists, like in the last like 15 minutes. It plot twists, and then you're like, oh, cool. And then it plot twists again, and you're like, oh, cool. And then it plot twists again, you're like, oh, and then it plot twists again. You're like, ah. It's really... This movie is the Wild Thing of this list. Wild Things is crazy. It's an insane movie that I kind of want to watch with a ton of people. It's so stupid though. I don't even know. The Beguiled is really boring. That's kind of it. It's a bunch of girls who, like, during the Civil War, I think, who find this guy who's fighting for the other side, and then they all want his body so bad. They all want his body so bad, and it's Colin Farrell, and I love Colin Farrell. I also, like, this whole cast is great. Kirsten Dunst, again, you will get your flowers soon, I promise. Elle Fanning's good. Nicole Kidman's good. Colin Farrell's good. Like the cast a lot. Really boring movie. Really, really boring movie. Yeah. 109, Frozen 2. I like the first Frozen. I think Frozen 2 is a really pretty looking movie. I love the fall vibes of Frozen 2. You want my body? Oh my. Okay. But I rewatched Frozen 2 this year, and I kind of just see, like, knowing now how many behind the scenes problems there were in this movie, it's like, yeah, you can feel every single one of them. I wish this movie was so much better. That might be controversial. I think it's fine. This is from 2.5. We're at 2.5 now. I think it's fine. Like, I am so middle of the road on this movie. I think it's so middle of the road. I want it to be good. There's a lot of it that's just like, like, the ending is so meh for me. Excuse me. A lot of the plot of it is just meh. Like, I just don't really love where it goes. I like some of it, don't like some of it. Very middle of the road. Number 108 is Maxine. Now, I watched X last year. This is part of like an unofficial trilogy. It's called the X trilogy, with this movie called X that I watched last year and ranked, I think, like near the top 60 or something. I don't remember. It was like a porn industry movie, and also a slasher. It's really fun. And then Pearl is a movie that I also watched this year that we'll get to eventually, that kind of like takes X and goes back like 60 years or something and tells the story of like one character in X, but like decades before, and that's really fun. And they all star Mia Goth, and she's great. And then this one, Maxine, jumps 20 years almost, like 10, 20 years after X, and picks up from there. It's really strange, but it's a really fun trilogy. I wish this had ended so much better, because I liked X, I really like Pearl, and this movie's kind of a dud for me. The practical effects in it are really fun. Like, there's a lot of really fun, gruesome, like, death stuff. But outside of that, nothing in this movie really wowed me, which made me sad. Because the first 2 movies I had a great time with. And this one was very much just like, Like, I can't believe that this is how we're ending this, like, little trilogy that he made. It was good, though. The first 2 were really good. This one was just, kind of fell really flat. 107 is the new Mean Girls movie. I don't know. I went into this movie, I watched this like last week. I went into this with really low expectations, because everything I'd heard of this movie all year had been how terrible it was, and all the clips that I'd seen were so bad. And this was fine. Like, a lot of it is really bad. Like, all the things I saw online that were bad online are still bad in the movie. But there's some stuff that's kind of enjoyable. There's a couple shots and like a couple sequences that I kind of like. There's a couple performances that I enjoy. Renee Rapp feels kind of like she's in a different movie, but when she's locked in, she's locked in. I always forget her name, Alui? I am always so bad at pronunciation, but I love her. She's Moana. She's really good. She's my favorite character in the whole movie. I don't remember her name. Love her. She's not good in this movie. Not a good singer. Sorry. He's fine in this movie, but still not really good. It just feels like such a blah movie. Everyone's just kind of going for it. Like they're all just kind of there. They're all showing up and like, yeah, let's make a little movie. Let's have some fun. Yeah. It just felt very tired. There was nothing about it that was better than the original. And that sucks because this could have been really fun. I love the musical of Mean Girls, so it could have been cool. Number 106 is El Conde. This is one that I watched during my little Oscars run early in the year. Because it was nominated for, I think, Best International, and it showed up on Netflix. And I was like, hey, let's watch this. Cool poster. I remember almost nothing from this whole movie. Like, the premise of the movie is kind of fun. It's about a vampire who's, like, going to die pretty soon, and all of his family comes by, and are, like, trying to take all of his wealth and stuff from his, like, 250 years of being alive, and, like, waiting for him to die. So that's kind of fun. That's about it. There's, like, one or two shots in this that I love. There's this one sequence of this character that's, like, flying, and it's so pretty. I remember nothing else from this movie. We're moving up, chat, though. We're at good movies now, which is really fun. We have like 105-ish movies left, and they're all good movies. I have problems with all of them, almost all of them, but there's good movies in here to be had. So let's talk about some good movies. Nyad is okay. This is Jodie Foster. I like Jodie Foster a lot. This movie is so painfully predictable. But if you want like a sweet little sports story, it's about a girl. I don't remember the person's actual name. It's Diana Nyad. Duh. Diana Nyad tries to cross, I think, the Gulf of Mexico. I don't remember the place. She tries to cross this giant body of water, just free swimming. And spoiler, she does it, or else this movie wouldn't have existed. And it's really good. Or it's not really good, but there's some good stuff. I like Jodie Foster. That's about it. It looks painfully like a Netflix movie. A lot of Netflix movies look the same, and that kind of pisses me off, but whatever. 104 is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I have not liked a lot of what I've seen from Quentin Tarantino. This is my least favorite of his so far. I think it's super long, super gratuitous. There's very little of this movie that I enjoyed. I enjoyed, like, some of the ending, but there's a lot of this movie where I was just kind of sitting there being like, why are we watching this? So good stuff to be had. Like, it's very competently directed, has a lot of flair, a lot of style, because it's Quentin Tarantino, of course it does. Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie are all great in it. A lot of random actresses in this that are like really popular now. Like Sydney Sweeney's in this. Like, this is 2019, before I think even Euphoria was out. Like, Sydney Sweeney's in this. Margaret Qualley's in this. I think Mikey Madison's in this. Austin Butler's in this. Like, there's a bunch of random people who are like getting pretty popular now. It's cool. Nosferatu. Oh, no, Vic. We'll talk about Nosferatu eventually. It's in here. Don't you worry. I like it. Yeah, I didn't like this movie very much. This actually might be a 2.5 star, but whatever. I'm just not that big of a Tarantino guy. It's okay. Darjeeling Limited is another one that I watched down the shore with my cousin. And this is the one, honestly, that I remember the least. I remember enjoying it when we watched it, but I really, like, it has not stayed with me whatsoever. I like the vibes of it. I like the cast a lot. This is like my perfect trio right here. My favorite three white boys. But yeah, not a lot of it stayed with me as we've kind of moved on. Good for Wes, though. Happy that he makes movies. 102 is Leon the Professional. This one might also move down a little bit because, excuse me, I like a lot of this movie. I like the vibes of the movie a lot. I like the character. He's like this perfect assassin who's like, who's very, honestly, he's kind of lonely, even though he won't let himself admit it, because of course, but he's very committed to his work, and that's kind of all he has. And then he meets this girl who's like treated like crap by her family and doesn't want to be a part of it and wants to be a part of this like assassin life, and they start working together, and it's like, it's kind of cool, and I kind of like it. Gary Oldman's in this, and I love Gary Oldman. Also, Natalie Portman's in this movie, and it's one of her first movies, and she's insane, like really good in this movie, and she's like 14. My problem is this, because this could have been an easy like 4.5 star movie for me. I thought it was gonna be like a father-daughter kind of relationship that was really sweet and fun, and kind of like moving like into the next generation of like I thought it would be like doing a thing of like him leaving his legacy to her. And after a minute, you realize, no, that's not the vibe they're going for. They're making this a romantic relationship between the 30, 40, 50-year-old man and the 14-year-old child. And they're taking it fully seriously. And there's never a point where they think that it's weird. Yeah. And I finished the movie and I was like, really? Because so much of this movie I really liked, but that took it back for me so much. Like I genuinely could not enjoy the rest of the movie thinking about it. I looked it up after, like, because I started like looking, I was like, because I've heard of this movie from a lot of people. Like a lot of people that like it. Like I've heard a lot about this online. I've never heard that it was romantic between them and that people think it's weird. I had to go searching for it. Apparently, okay, this is an apparent thing. It's not actually in the movie. I think it's skipped over, but it's in the script that they have sex, and I hate it. He's like 50. It's so dumb. This could have so easily been like a knock out of the park if it was just like a father-daughter thing, and like they talked a little more about legacy and moving in the next generation, and him like tutoring her. But they made it weird and romantic, and I hate it. I just hate it. I don't know. There's no need for it to have done that. Whatever. 101 is Tell Them You Love Me. This is another documentary that I watched this year. Good, albeit similar to Nyad, very predictable. Like once you kind of watch the first 10 minutes, you know exactly where it's gonna go. But really cool, really messed up. the main person in this is really messed up. It's basically, I believe the main girl is like fighting. She works with autistic people, and was like one of these people who was pioneering this idea that autistic people can communicate with it, like severely autistic people, like nonverbal people like that have autism to the degree that they can't what's it called? That they can't like communicate verbally really, or like even really move much. And she was kind of in this movement of that you could help autistic people communicate if you could sort of guide their hand and let them guide you on a keyboard to communicate with you. And she kind of worked with this man for a couple of years and like helped him communicate, and apparently like he became like really responsive and started taking like classes at a school and like was like having open communication with his family and like all of these things. And then he started like telling his family that he was in love with the girl that was doing all the translating for him, that was helping him. And then his family started trying to do the like hand translating on the keyboard with him, and it wouldn't work. And it's really kind of like really messed up. But you kind of get it all from like the first 10 minutes. You know exactly where it's going once you like kind of get the premise of it. Yeah, like for the first 10 minutes of this movie, you can tell where the rest of the movie is gonna go. It's really like, it's really messy, but it's very interesting, I will say. Just like that premise of it, it's like fascinating. It's really messed up though. Number 100, we're in the top 100 now. It's Queer, Luca Guadagnino. He might be my most watched director this year, of different movies at least, because there's 3 of his movies on this list. This is the first one you guys will get to. It's probably him and Jane Schoenbrunn. Even though I only watched 2 of their movies, they only have 2 movies. But I watched one of them twice, so it's probably like sort of tied. Luca Guadagnino has the most different movies of a director that I watched this year. I have such an appreciation for Luca Guadagnino that he keeps making such different things and keeps taking such big swings. Unfortunately, I don't really like a lot of his movies, or like I'm fine on a lot of his movies. There's only like one movie of his that I really like, which we'll talk about later. This movie I caught like 3 weeks ago, I think, at the movies. And a lot of it just didn't work for me. It does a lot of like symbolic stuff and a lot of like really strange visual things that just did not work for me. One thing in particular, the soundtrack of this movie is so strange. Like the movie itself is very tender and like almost quiet and pondering in a lot of ways. It's about these two men who are kind of sort of in this like unrequited love thing, but they're also like together. It's a very lonely movie. But the soundtrack's so strange. There were so many points in the movie where like a song would just drop in and be like, why? Like Nirvana drops at one point, like they'll just be sitting there and the score is so pretty and so perfect for the movie, and then it would just be like, come as you are, and I was like, what are we doing? Why? But there's some stuff that was really good in this, and I think that the more I think about it, maybe if I watch it again, it'll move up a little bit in my ranking. But right now, I walked out of it and I was like, damn, I really wanted to like that more. Anyway, number 99 is The Peanut Butter Falcon. Netflix movie. It was on Netflix. I caught it on Netflix. The most fine movie I've ever seen. It's fine. I forgot I watched this movie this year. It's fine. That's it. It's predictable. It's just sweet. It's silly. It's fun. It's an easy watch. I watched it with my whole family. It's just sweet. Like, it's a really easy movie to like. That's kind of it. There's nothing else to say about it. It's just there. Like, it's like, oh, that was fun, and then you never think about it again. Number 98 is Malcolm and Marie. This is a movie that I still don't know if I like or not, really. I'm still very torn on this movie. It's made by Sam Levinson, the same guy who made Euphoria, and I don't really like him very much. I like his visual style a lot. Like, I like his cinematographer. This movie is very strange, where it's these two people. It's a very cool concept, I think. It's an actress and a writer, or director. I don't remember if he's a writer or director. I think he's both. And it's literally just the two of them in this one house. And Chad, I'm a sucker for a one location movie. Love one location. Love small cast movies. They're so fun to me. If you're able to make something in one location and keep it interesting for a feature length, I respect you. This movie loses me sometimes because it is just them kind of arguing off and on for like an hour and a half. Like they make up and they start arguing again, and it all takes place in like one night. And a lot of it's really interesting, but a lot of it, about halfway through, it starts to feel like, okay, we're kind of hitting the same beats. What are we doing? It kind of just starts like pedaling its wheels for a little bit. But it's fun. There's some really good moments in this. And of course, Zendaya and John David Washington are really, really good in this movie. And there's like some cool ideas that I actually kind of was really inspired by for some of the stuff that I've written. There's an idea in here of like he directed a movie but didn't cast her in it. But the movie that he wrote is sort of loosely based on her life in some ways. And so there's a lot of tension because of that. It's something that isn't mentioned, like it's something that's very slowly brought into the movie and finally brought up like almost halfway through. And it's like, yeah, that's what you guys are arguing about. Like they'll argue about so many other things, but that's the real thing they're arguing about, and that's good. Also, it's very well shot. There's a lot of cool long takes in this movie. I like how it's shot a lot, so that does a lot for me. Number 97 is Glass. This is a weird like threequel to Split and Unbreakable. I watched Unbreakable last year, was my favorite of the trilogy. I watched Split this year, liked it more than this one. We'll talk about it later. And then I watched Glass, and I think it's fine. I don't think it's terrible. I don't have some people hate this movie because it like ruins the characters. I think it's fine for the characters for the most part. I don't have any super attachment to Split or Unbreakable. So I think it was like fine with what it tried. I think it's cool that it tried like that M. Night Shyamalan, I think it's cool that he tried to make this movie. This weird little mini kind of off-kilter superhero thing almost. It was cool. But there's a lot of stuff in this movie that just does not work. I'm going to leave it at that because there's nothing really crazy about this movie to think about. 96 is Twisters. Arsenal, rise up. Twisters, go. Love Daisy Edgar Jones. Love Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell, this is the year of Glenn Powell. Love him. He's cool. Very charismatic. Love that Daisy Edgar Jones is getting bigger projects. This movie's fine. What did you like about it? It's just fine. Like, it's fun. But it didn't really do anything for me more than just being fun. Like, it was just like, yeah, that was fun. I don't remember, like, any of the plot. I just remember Glenn Powell. If you feel it, chase it. That's it. Like, it's fun. It's really fun. This is, I think, a pretty solid spot for it to be in. I think Twisters is a very fun movie. I know that Arsenal is going to have a hard-on for it because it's a bunch of tornadoes. Yeah. Like, there's nothing else to it other than I liked it. It's the perfect 3-star movie. I liked it. That's it. No other things to say about it, really. Did my music just end? No, but it's getting close. Whoa. For someone who isn't a weather nerd, this is probably a fine rating. Yeah, like it's fine. Like, I enjoy it. I appreciate it. Like I said, it's fine. Like, I got nothing else for it. 95 is Beetlejuice. I watched this 2 days ago. I watched this just 2 days ago. This was the second to last movie I watched all year. And I wanted this to be so much better. I have not seen the first Twister. I'm sorry. I wanted this to be so much better. There's really cool practical effects going on in this that I love a lot. Like, they did like the old cheesy like 70s 80s practical effects a lot in this movie. That was so cool and so fun. It made me really happy, and I wish more movies would do it. Willem Dafoe made me laugh really hard in this movie. He has a running bit where he just keeps getting handed coffee cups and it's so funny. It happens like an absurd number of times, like maybe 7 or 8 times. Like almost every shot that he's in, he's being handed a coffee cup or handing a coffee cup away, and he never takes a drink from it. He just like handed it and like crush it and throw it away, or like hand it back to somebody. He never throws it away. Like he never drinks it or like uses it for anything. He just gets it and gets rid of it. And I wish this movie had more of that because that was so funny. Michael Keaton's great in the movie. Jenna Ortega is good in the movie. Winona Ryder, I'm starting to think, is not a great actress, but I love her with all my heart. First Beetlejuice is good. Willem Dafoe's good in this movie. This is a movie where I can finally say this about a movie. I watch a lot of really simple movies and movies that are really slow. This movie has too much going on. There's like 5 different plots in this movie that do not need to be like that, because some of them just get dropped. Like, Jenna Ortega, like the whole kind of thing that causes the whole problem is Jenna Ortega and this guy. But they kind of like start that thing a little too late in the movie and end it a little too early. And there's things with her dad, and there's things with her husband, and there's things with her, and there's things with her and her almost husband, and there's things with Beetlejuice and his old wife, and there's things with like Willem Dafoe. Like, he's a whole side plot that doesn't, like, he's not even in the actual main plot until like the last scene of the movie. Like, there's so much going on in this movie. There is genuinely like 5 plot lines. Even my parents were like, didn't need all that. And yeah, they were right. Too much stuff. 94, insane hard cut, by the way, is The Zone of Interest. This is a movie I watched earlier in the year for my little Oscar run. This movie is haunting. There are people who love this movie, and there's people who really don't like it. I think it's okay. This movie is more of a feeling. I like the feeling I get from this movie more than I get from the whole movie. I think that the whole movie could be accomplished in less time. It's very, very slow. It's a lot of just quiet moments. And I get, okay, this is the first time I'm going to say this today, and I will probably say this a few more times, okay? And a lot of them happen in this little 3-star space. Just because I got the point of the movie doesn't mean that I have to like it. I get the point of this movie. I like the idea of the movie, but I still don't love the movie. It is this rich family Basically we watch this like rich family live their day-to-day life. That's pretty much the whole movie is just them living their day-to-day life. Just so happens the father of this family is like running Auschwitz, and they live right outside of Auschwitz, and you never see it, but you know. And so there's like, yeah, like it goes there. And it's, that idea is really good. The problem is that it's like an hour and 50 minutes of this, and it's really slow and really quiet, and I feel like it struggles to keep you in a lot of ways. Like, I think the idea of it and a lot of moments in this movie are genuinely so haunting. Like, there will be people just like sitting in the yard, relaxing, and all of a sudden in the back you just see like a cloud of smoke go up, and nobody acknowledges it. The whole movie is about like, it's very topical. It's very much about like ignoring the atrocities around us and trying to live despite them, and like fully ignoring them. The zone, like the title of the zone of interest is supposed to be like their zone of interest is their lives. They're not like, they're trying to completely isolate themselves from that like horrible thing that's happening literally next door. And that is so topical for the current space that we're in this world. Yeah, I like the idea a lot of it. I love, like, there's scenes in this movie that genuinely are like so haunting. There's one of the early scenes of it. The sound design in this movie is probably the best sound design in any movie. And I think about moments of this movie a lot. Like, there's a moment where the mom is like trying on a dress. It's a very early moment in the movie, I think, where she's like trying on this new coat that she found. It's like trying it on, like looking at herself in the mirror, and just like very simple, like, just trying it on, seeing how it looks on her, and like spinning and like looking at it. And the whole time in the background, never acknowledged by the actors, by the camera, by anything, you can just hear gunfire, like almost quietly, almost too quietly. Like, it's just like little flicks, but you know what it is. And it's so like, it does like those moments. It does those moments really well. I think it takes too long though. Like, I think it gets to its point and then it just kind of holds you there for a while. And I get that it wants to hold you there, but after a while, it fails to keep moving in an interesting way for me. Crazy ad placement, chat. Crazy time for an ad. I'll wait. I'll hang on for you guys. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, gang, gamers, boys. Hey, welcome back. I just said that I think it's good, but I do think that it, like, the idea of it is really good, but it struggles to really hold and like continue to make its point in interesting ways as it goes on. Anyway, still good. 93 is Eileen, another movie I watched down the shore with my cousin in that 7-movie week. Interesting, cool. It never goes all the way with it. There's a point about 2/3 of the way through this movie where you're like, oh wait, it's gonna do something really cool, and then it kind of just doesn't. It just kind of does it in a really boring way. But I liked it. It had vibes. I like how it was shot a lot. I'm gonna keep moving because we've only been through like 30 movies and we have a lot to go. Let's keep moving. Knock at the Cabin, another one similar to Eileen, where it's like, I wish that this had just been like a little bit better. Like, the script is there, like the idea is there. These are sort of like the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse almost, where it's like there's these 3 guys in 2 dads and a daughter in a house on vacation, and these people show up and are like, hey, you guys need to pick one person to kill in your family or else the entire world's going to end. And that's the whole plot of the movie, and that's a good start. It doesn't go hard enough with its ideas, doesn't go hard enough with its execution or anything, but it's cool idea. Yeah, cool idea. Let's talk about Night Bitch. Oh, chat. Amy Adams is a mother. Amy Adams is the mother in this movie, and slowly kind of goes a little crazy by the crushing loneliness and unfulfilled nature of her motherhood, and also sort of becomes a dog. And chat, you're gonna hate me for that. You're gonna be, from that description, you're gonna think this is wild. I needed it to go crazier and stupider. Believe it or not, this movie is surprisingly tame. I really wanted it to get like ridiculous, and it doesn't. It goes like 60% of the way. It needed to go 100%, because the vibes of this movie are fun. The idea of this movie is fun. There's some moments where I actually like laughed out loud. I watched this like a couple days ago. It's really good. I feel like I'm gonna forget about it though as time goes on. Just the idea of Amy Adams becoming a dog though will stay in my mind. Well, she's like a werewolf. She like keeps transforming back and forth. It's a good movie. I would recommend watching it. I wish they had gone so far with the idea though. Like, this is a movie that needs to get so weird. Similar to a movie that we'll talk about later. This movie needed to get so weird. She's not actually a werewolf. She just like turns into a dog sometimes when she feels like it. I don't know, bro. It's so good. It's not so good. It's like, okay. I'll just mention it now. The Substance is like a better version of this movie. They're dealing with very different things. But The Substance is willing to go 100% with it. Like, so far beyond 100% with it. While this movie feels like it's holding back. I still don't love The Substance, but we'll talk about that later. Here's Y2K. William, come back! William, no! Yeah, Y2K. I've been excited for this movie for like a year, and it came out a couple weeks ago, and it was fine. It never blew me away. It's like another one similar to which one did I say? It was like, it's similar to Twister, honestly. Twisters, it's just like fine. I don't know, the vibes are there. Like, the 1999 vibes are really there. It's like, it's Y2K, which is basically when all the clocks changed from 1999 to 2000 on New Year's, and there was this conspiracy theory going around that technology, like all the clocks and stuff that had been made at the time, didn't know how to switch from 1999 to 2000. So they thought on New Year's that all the technology in the world would go like insane and haywire. And this is like, what if it actually did? And it's funny and it's cute. And it's really stupid at times, but in a good way. But this is also another movie that I think needed to go harder. Like Night Bitch, I think it needed to go harder. I think it needed to be stupider and funnier and crazier and go like even more wild with its ideas. And it just didn't. But it was fun. 89 is Trap, another M. Night Shyamalan. This movie does go stupid, go crazy with it. And probably too stupid, too crazy with it. This movie just kind of starts, like, it has an idea. It's Josh Hartnett. It's basically if a serial killer got stuck at the Eras Tour, what would happen? And it just goes so off the rails. It's like, oh, he's like, I don't even want to tell you. I don't even want to tell you, chat. Like, I don't know. It just kind of keeps spiraling. It is just a spiral into insanity, but not a good kind. A kind of just like a, that kind of spiral. Very strange movie. I appreciate it though. It has a very strange tone where every line of dialogue is so inhuman and so silly that it's almost really funny. It's a really funny movie. You should watch it. 88, When You Finish Saving the World. This is Jesse Eisenberg's movie. I watched this earlier this year when I found out that he had a new movie coming out called A Real Pain. This movie, I want to like this so much more because it feels almost like Lady Bird in some ways, where it's like a mother and her kid who are very different personality and ideologically and just in everything, kind of trying to find common ground. And it's cool. It's a fun little indie movie, but it never goes, it never goes far enough. It never really hits any hard moments. Like by the end of Lady Bird, I'm like, wow. By the end of this, I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, it's fine. You should watch Lady Bird. Are you actually? I want to know your thoughts on Lady Bird immediately after. Taxi Driver is number 87. This is a hot take from me because this is known as like one of the best movies ever. I think it's like a high up there movie. It's Martin Scorsese. I like a lot of Scorsese movies. I really like Killers of the Flower Moon from last year. That's one of my favorite movies of last year. This movie was okay. This is another one where I was like, I get the point of it. I get the point of it. I still don't like it very much. It's just fine. Like, I get it. It inspired Joker a lot, and I can see exactly how Joker stole from this movie. But I still didn't love it. There was a lot of stuff that I was just like, yeah, we're just doing this, and it's okay. Lot to like in this. A lot of people are gonna get a lot more from it than I did, I think. But it's okay. I don't know. Some people will love this movie. I just am not one of those people. I Saw the TV Glow is number 86. This is one, chat, I wanted to like this movie so bad. I really did. I really wanted to like this movie so bad. I remember because I saw the trailers for this and I was like, this looks so cool. And I had so many people that I respect a lot were reviewing this very highly. And it's like, okay, let's give it a look. I watched Jane Schoenbrun's first movie, We're All Going to the World's Fair. Loved it. Adore that movie. I was like, okay, let's lock in. Let's watch this. I brought my mom to see this movie. And after we left, I was like I warned her it was going to be weird. And I was like, that was even weirder than I thought it was going to be, Mom. Sorry about that. Again, another one very much where it's like, I get what it's going for. Did not hit for me hard enough. I think the one thing I will say about this movie that I cannot say about almost any other movie so far is that I have not stopped thinking about this movie. I do still think about it very frequently. And I watched this back in like July, August. So it's been a minute. And I still think about it pretty frequently. So I do want to see it again. I think I'll like it more the more I sit with it and the more that I watch it. It's a tough movie. Like, it's really strangely made. I don't know. It's cool though. It has vibes. Very much has vibes. Love how this is shot and the score and all the vibes of it. 85. Our last 3-star movie is Challengers. Another Luca Guadagnino movie. We opened 3 stars with Queer and we're ending 3 stars with Challengers. Both Luca Guadagnino. This movie, again, I wanted this to be one of my favorite movies of the whole year. And it kind of, I'm going to be real with you, chat, it kind of annoyed me a little bit. I went and I saw this movie alone, and I got an empty theater. And I kind of just like, kind of want to get up and like walk around during it. I needed some time with it. I think this is another one that I really want to see again. But I remember walking out of the movie and being like, damn, that is not nearly as good as I wanted it to be. It ended at a strange point. Like, I get why it ended where it ended. I kind of wanted to see it keep going. The whole, like, the last, like, 15 minutes of this is supposed to feel really invigorating. And there's a lot of slow motion. And I felt really slowed down by it. I knew we were, like, near the end. And I was like, damn, wait, we're almost done. Really? I don't want to be done with this. This shouldn't be where the story's over. It is where the story should be over, but I don't know. I didn't click with it. Some good ideas though. Some good stuff going on. Love a little threesome moment for them. This also is like, some people will think that there's a lot more sex in this movie than there is. There's no sex in this movie. The closest this movie gets to sex is when they're playing tennis, and I'm not kidding, and that's hilarious. 3.5 stars. This is movies that are good. These are good movies. I would recommend these movies to people. I enjoy these movies. I would watch these movies again, probably. Most of them. This is also probably the biggest section of today. Let me resonate with tennis sex? No. Next up, Dumb Money. This is probably a 3-star, really. This is about the whole GameStop thing that happened a couple years ago. And it's like sweet and silly and pretty funny. The main problem with the movie is just, the whole point is like that the main guy is leading this army that's like, we're gonna hold, like we're not gonna drop out of this thing, and we're gonna GameStop's stock up. And so the whole movie is them like holding. And so you can't really progress the plot when the whole plot is them staying in the same spot. It's a lot of like, are you going to move? No. For like a long time. But it's good. It's fun. It's really funny. I enjoy it. It's sweet. It's a very sweet movie. 83 is The Killing of a Sacred Deer. Yorgos Lanthimos is another guy like Luca Guadagnino. I respect the hell out of him. But I have yet to actually really like one of his movies. I like this. I like what it was going for. But I also don't like it in a lot of ways. I don't even know. Colin Farrell is like a doctor, I think, who killed Barry Keoghan's father, I think, in some way. And so Barry Keoghan's now like somehow cursed Colin Farrell's family. They're all getting sick, and it's so weird. The way Yorgos Lanthimos directs movies and has actors talk to each other is so weird and slow and gross. And I don't know. It's cool. It's a cool movie. And I think I want to watch it again, but I also don't want to put myself through that again. Weird movie. All of his movies are weird little freak movies. Yeah, but like in a really slow, weird way. Gladiator 2 was fine. I like this movie less the more I think about it, I think. It's totally okay. I haven't seen the first one, I'll be real. I'd like this movie less if I watched the first movie, I think. It's just spectacle. There's nothing kind of crazy about it. It's just guys in skirts fighting in a coliseum. Which, granted, is cool. Nothing more in this movie. Paul Mescal, love him. He's my baby girl. Don't like him in this movie very much. I like him. I don't like his performance. The whole point, like the whole thing that this movie hinges on, is that Paul Mescal is so angry. He's so angry. And Paul Mescal's just not an angry guy. I look at him and I think of the sweet baby girl from Normal Things. And he's like kind of trying, but there's no point where I see him in this movie acting and be like, damn, he's pissed. So like there's never a point that like the movie makes like really locks in for me. John Wick Chapter 3, Parabellum. That title's so stupid. Why is it so long? Just make it John Wick Chapter 3. This movie's silly. I watched 2 and 3 back to back, and I kind of forget what happens in both of them. And this movie was fine. It goes a little stupider and a little like crazier than the second one in ways that I think makes it a little bit too silly. Still fun. Still good. Really great action. Probably the best action movies of the last like 10 years. Poor Things. Yorgos Lanthimos. We're so back. I was really excited for this movie, and I think it's fun. I think it is the most insane looking movie I've seen in a very long time. In a good way. Vibes are immaculate. However, I don't know if I love this movie. It goes on for a really long time and kind of like follows Emma Stone's character's like life. And there's a point in the movie where I kind of just am like, okay, but what's like the point? Like, what are we doing? I don't know. It's cool in the way that we're just like kind of following this creature's life almost. Maybe if I had gone into it knowing that was the vibe of it, that I would have liked it more, but I don't know. As it was, the first time I saw it, I walked out and I was like I walked out of the movie after it was over and was kind of just okay about it. I wanted to love it, and I was kind of okay about it. Dream Scenario 79, Nicolas Cage is hilarious. This came out in 2023. This movie I really, really like. Nicolas Cage keeps showing up in people's dreams and nobody knows why. So it becomes like a internet meme because of it. The first 2/3 of this movie are so good. Like they're really fun, really crazy. Vibes are immaculate. And then the last like 20 minutes of this movie are kind of really flat for me. I don't like how this movie ends very much. So that brings it down a lot. But the first 2/3 are really good. 78 is Saturday Night. I'm going to be so real with you all, chat. The night before I went to see this movie, I think was the night that I had to finish Blood Ties for the AMC screening. Like, this is a movie that I put on a big AMC screen. and I had to finish it the night before, so I pulled like this crazy all-nighter, I think. I don't fully remember. I think it was for that, because I don't know what else the all-nighter would have been for. I don't know. But for some reason, I had like pulled like a really long all-nighter the night before, and I kind of slept through some of this movie. I watched it in the movie theater, and I kind of was fighting sleep for most of it. But from what I remember, so I think it needs to be watched again. The 3.5 is more so of like what I'm pretty sure I would give it if I watched it all the way through, and not actually what the ranking is, if that makes sense. It's probably better than I think it is. I think in my sleep state, I would have given it like a 3, so I gave it an extra half star because I'm like, I probably would like this more. Vibes are cool. A lot of cool long shots in this very chaotic movie that I like a lot. Kind of happening in real time in a way, because it's like a 90-minute movie, and it's supposed to be the 90 minutes before the first episode of Saturday Night Live. Fun idea. Should have been even stupider and crazier. 77 is Hitman. This is a stupid movie and a crazy movie, and I appreciate it. This is Glenn Powell supremacy. Dumb movie, and I had so much fun with it. That's it. Glenn Powell's a hitman and plays a bunch of different people, and he's so funny in this movie. It's so funny. That's it. 76 is Looper. Another movie that I don't really remember a ton of, but I like the idea of. Joseph Gordon-Levitt looks really weird in this movie because he's wearing prosthetics to look more like Bruce Willis, and that just threw me off a lot. But it's this idea. I like the idea of this movie so much, and the plot of it is pretty good too, so it holds up. But it's this guy who makes a deal with people in the future somehow to kill, like, people from the future send people back in time to get killed so they don't have to deal with them in the present. Like, so they can go missing, I think, or like save space for bodies. I don't really remember why. But he kills time traveling criminals, and that's cool. And then eventually his old self is sent back for him to kill, and it's like, ooh, what do we do? 75 is Priscilla. This movie is a very similar thing to Dream Scenario. The first 2/3 I like a lot. I really like this movie a lot. For the first like 2/3, I like it a lot. It's like a 4 or 4.5 movie for me. And then the last like bit just kind of falls off, and I'm like, oh damn. It kind of just ends in a really weird space, and I really wanted it to end in a better way, but it did not. Unfortunately for me, 74 is A Quiet Place Day 1. Another one that's very simple in some ways. Like, the first 2 Quiet Places are really good. I like them both better than this one, I think. This one's cool. It needed more. Like, the best scene of this movie was cut. Like, it's a deleted scene from the movie, which is really strange. Still, the vibes are there. Like, it's cool. It's a cool movie. I like Lupita Nyong'o a lot. And Joseph Quinn is doing a fine job here. It's okay. Like, it's nice. Like, it's these two kind of like strangers who meet up and like sort of a found family thing as they fight to survive on the first day of like this weird alien apocalypse. But it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. There's not much else to it. Like, I haven't thought about it since I watched it. Now You See Me is an insane movie, chat. Insane movie. I don't know if I like it or not. It probably should be lower. But I was thoroughly entertained when I watched this movie. So stupid, though. So incredibly stupid. That's it. It's about magic, and it's really stupid, but really good in some ways. Love Lies Bleeding is 72. Again, you'll see a trend here. Really liked the first 2/3 of this movie. The way it ended, I kind of didn't love. I think it goes a little too far with its like silly fun ideas. The first 2/3 of this is like very gritty and dirty and kind of gross to some degree. Excuse me, in a lot of really fun ways. I like Kirsten Stewart and Katie O'Brien in this movie a lot. It's a lot of lesbians and a lot of like weightlifting and a lot of gun and drug crime. And that's awesome. I love that part. The ending goes a little too weird and surreal at just like one one spot. You'll know when if you ever watch this movie, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, love lesbians. This movie's great. Like, that part of the movie is great. The first 2/3 of they're just lesbians and they're like kind of doing like fighting drug stuff. It's cool. And there's a lot of really cool like fun blood effects in this movie. This whole movie has a really weird like dirty grime to it that I really like. But yeah, the ending kind of threw me off. 71 is Split. James McAvoy has my whole heart. He is such a good performer in this and in Glass. Anya Taylor-Joy's in this movie too. I think this is the first movie from Anya Taylor-Joy that I ever like heard of. And it's cool. There's not much for me to say about it except that I like the idea. I think it's probably really bad that it's taking an actual like mental disorder and making this movie of like, don't unleash the beast. But, you know, it's fun. It's fun and it's weird. And it's pretty well done, to tell you the truth. Yeah, it's like, it's DID. It's dissociated identity disorder. And they're using it for like this like action kind of like thriller movie, which is definitely a problem. But hey, it's still interesting. Sorry. Oh yeah, no, it is dumb, but like it's interesting to watch. Quiet Place Part 2 is number 70. I watched this movie twice this year. I don't really know why. Oh yeah, Moon Knight's a cool version of it. Split feels like, because Moon Knight feels a little bit more like it's not paying homage to it, like respecting it. Split, I don't know if it's really respecting it. They're just kind of going for it. A Quiet Place Part 2, I did watch twice this year. I don't really know why. It's okay. It's not as good as the first one. I love Cillian Murphy. I think he's so talented. And anything with him in it, I'm a fan of. So that was cool. The plot's a little strange at points. Like, I just don't like... There's a couple of really dumb decisions in this movie that kind of piss me off. But other than that, like, it's fun. It's still Quiet Place. And I really like Cillian Murphy. That's all. Pride and Prejudice. Another movie that some of my friends adore this. I went and saw this in like a huge theater, like a random re-release of it with a ton of my friends. And some of my friends adore this movie. And I was like, yeah, that was good. I like the end a lot. There's like one scene between these two people. Spoilers. They're romantic interests, and they don't get together until like the last scene of the movie, and I love that last scene. The rest of the movie is fine. There was never a point where I was like, yeah, I get why this movie is iconic. It was fine. 68. Oh, also very apropos for 69. 68 is Turtles All the Way Down. This is a movie that I read the book for after I watched the movie, and I like the movie. It's very sweet, very simple. Sort of cliche. It's a John Green book. Like, we all know that this is just going to be kind of a sweet, like, young adult movie. It's going to be kind of cheesy, kind of silly. Some things you're going to be like, it's just good. Yeah, it's good. Like, I like Turtles All the Way Down. There's not really anything to say about it that I can really think of. I like her. I always forget her name. I don't really know why. She's in a couple movies on this list. Or at least one other movie on this list. And I like her a lot. And I always forget her name. I also like her. She was in the Haunted Hathaways, I think, when she was... Or no, she was on Game Shakers. On Nickelodeon. So, yeah. And I liked her in that. I liked her in this movie. Yeah, I don't know. Cool little movie. Sweet. Book's better. A little bit. Yeah, they have changed the world. Shaun of the Dead is 67. I just caught this one also on a little re-release in theaters. Funny. Silly. A lot of fun, silly moments in this. I also kind of forgot that I saw it this year. I'll be real. Yes, John and Hank Green are God, for sure. I kind of forgot I saw this. Like, I liked it in the moment, and then I sort of, like, really forgot about it, which makes me sad. I love Edgar Wright. He made Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. One of my favorite movies ever. And this one has the same kind of flair to it. Didn't stick with me as much. 66 is Abigail. The main, like, fun draw of this movie is in the trailer, which I get why it is, but I wish it wasn't. I'm not going to tell you what it is. This movie's surprisingly fun. I was never going to watch this movie, and then I watched, like, one of my reviewer people that I really like talk about it. And I was like, hey, that actually sounds kind of fun. Let's watch it. And then I did, and it's enjoyable. It's really silly. Like, it's really silly. But like in like all the best ways. It's very funny. There's specific lines in this movie that I still think of sometimes. Like, and I watched this early in the year. And there's some lines in this that I still think of that are really funny. Sammy, those are onions. Those are effing onions. It's a good movie. Yeah, but I wish that they hadn't spoiled the twist, because that's like kind of the coolest thing. Like that if you go into this movie not knowing the twist, it's probably better, I would believe. 65 is Deadpool 2. This movie is just more of Deadpool 1. I'm going to talk about them both at the same time. 64 is Deadpool. 65 is Deadpool 2. These are like the same movie. Deadpool 2 is just more. I watched these both in prep for Deadpool 3. They're both fine. Ryan Reynolds' humor starts to get on my nerves after a little while. It's very like 13-year-old me would love these movies. But they're really fun. They are still fun at the end of the day. I like the cast in them. I love Josh Brolin in this movie. I like the weird references they do. I can respect Deadpool for how much it must have, or for how much it kind of changed the game at the time. Like, it kind of started the whole break the fourth wall thing and like this very raunchy humor for superhero movies. So that's cool. They're okay movies. The humor, yeah, the humor, I don't think I'd want to watch these again. I enjoyed watching them once. I don't think that I'd find them very funny on a second watch. I didn't find some of them very funny on the first watch. It's okay. Late Night with the Devil was number 63. This is another one I watched a couple weeks ago in my like little scramble this past month. This is one, first off, let's start here. This one uses AI for like little "we'll be right back" things. That pissed me off. Don't like that. I think it lost half a star for that, to be honest. They're very, like, it's very barely used in it, but it still pisses me off a lot. This movie is basically like, it's framing itself as a documentary about this late night show that ended in the 60s, and like they had just found the recording of the episode, and like it's being aired as like this, the final night of this haunted TV show. And it's kind of a fun setup. I wish that they had committed to the setup more, because it cuts between actual footage of the show, like these really fun, like, old crappy setup camp. Like, it's shot like an old crappy late night show, which is really fun. But then it'll cut to commercial, and it'll go to these like black and white, like very not in the world cameras of like people talking, and it's supposed to be like behind the scenes footage, and it completely breaks like the realism for me entirely. I'm like, okay, so what? You have like a camera crew of like 3 cameras following them, and we can't see them in any of the other shots when you definitely would see them. And also, none of these people are mic'd, and they're so far away, and there's no way they would want cameras rolling when they're talking about these really serious things. It pissed me off. Very nitpicky, but kind of important to like the setup of the thing. The movie itself is really fun though. It's a really cool idea. I love what's David I always forget his last name. David something. He's really good in this movie. He's had a bunch of like small roles in a ton of things. He was Polka Dot Man in the Suicide Squad. He was in a Batman movie. He's been in Marvel movies. Like, he's in a ton of movies. And this is his first like leading role, and I love him, so I had to respect him for this movie. And it's fun. Like, it's like they kind of do like this little exorcism thing with like the demon on late night TV, and it's cool. I wish it had gone even weirder. This is another one where I wish it had gone weirder and like really committed to the bit. 62, I Used to Be Funny. This is one I watched last week. It's on Netflix right now. I recommend this. You should watch this. This is on Netflix. It's a short one. This is one where I like the ideas of it a little bit more than some of the execution of it. It's about this comedian who is also a part-time nanny, and her kid, after like she stops working for her, goes missing, and she's like the last person to have seen her, and like tries to go find her, and also gets flashbacks to like when she used to work for her, and like the whole reason that they stopped, like why she stopped working for them. It's cool. It's a good movie. What's his name is in it? Caleb Heron, and I love Caleb Heron. I think he's so funny. And I think that there's a part of this movie about 2/3 of the way in, like the big reveal of why she left is handled well. I think that it could have been built up a little bit better. Because, like, you know it's coming, but it's like, I don't know. Cool movie, though. It plays a lot with, like, PTSD. And it's also just, like, really funny. It's very much Gen Z humor, which is very fun. Immaculate is 61. Chat, this is a movie that commits to the bit. This is a movie that commits to the bit. And I like that. Sydney Sweeney in a little horror movie as a nun. I can't say I love this movie. I can say, however, this might be one of my favorite endings of this year. Like, the end of this movie is one of my favorite movie endings of the whole year. Good movie ending. I love, like, the last, like, maybe, like, 3 minutes of this movie, 3-4 minutes, is all in one shot. And it's so fun. Like, I remember, watching the last shot of this movie, I was like, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Can we have a break? Yeah, okay. We can have a little break in a minute. It can be a short one, but we kind of have to keep chugging because I have work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, Immaculate's a movie that actually kind of committed to the bit. The setup of it is a little strange, and I have a major gripe, which is just like, her whole thing is that she's a nun, and then she's a virgin because she's a nun, and she gets pregnant while she's at this like convent in the middle of nowhere. It's like, how'd she get pregnant? Everyone starts worshiping her as the next Virgin Mary. But there start to be issues pretty early on in her pregnancy. Not issues with the baby, but like issues with like the weird convent around her. It's a horror movie. Come on now, let's be real. Weird convent. My problem is, she doesn't start trying to escape until like the very end of her pregnancy, and the problems start in like her first trimester. Why did she sit there and hang out for 6 months? I don't know, like 6 to 8 months. But the ending's great. Pearl is 60. Pearl's good. This is another one from X. It's X, Pearl, and Maxine. Pearl's good. Pearl's a really weird departure. It jumps back like 70 years from X, and it follows one of the characters, again played by Mia Goth. And it's very like Wizard of Oz kind of aesthetic, like almost 1930s, 1940s vibes, which I like a lot. It could have been better, but it has vibes. It really has vibes. I just kind of wish that they had, I don't know, I almost wish they had done more, but like what they did was fun. It just didn't blow me away. That's kind of it. 59 is All of Us Strangers. Another one from down the shore. This one's very melancholy. Kind of a little depressing, but also just nice. It's a lot of like, it's these two guys, I don't even know really. Like, these two guys live in this hotel, but it doesn't seem kind of like anybody else lives there. And he starts going back. Like, Andrew Scott, love him, and Paul Mescal, love them both. These are like two of my top actors right now. So see them in the same movie is really cool. Andrew Scott starts going back to his old childhood home and is like reliving memories of his parents who are like the same age as they were when he was a kid. It's really strange, and it's hard to explain, but it's a really touching movie. I will say though, as time's gone on, I've forgotten more and more of it. So it hasn't stuck with me as much as I wanted, but I do like what I remember of it. 58, Small Things Like These. This is the last movie I watched this year. This was cool. I expected to like this, and I did like it. Didn't love it. We got through the first 30 minutes of this movie, and my dad had to take out the dog, so he paused it for a second. It's very, very slow, mind you. So my dad pauses it. It's like an hour and a half. And we're about half hour through. And I open up my phone, and I'm like, what's this movie about? Because so far, not much has happened. The first 30 minutes, you're just kind of watching Cillian Murphy go through his day-to-day life. And you're like, what are we doing? What's the plot? And then I read the plot of the movie, and I was like, no, there's been no indication of this plot yet. There's like one little thing early in the movie that like kind of hints at the rest of the movie, and it takes a long time to get there. It's a kind of, I think the movie's a little too unsubtle at points. It's trying to play things very subtly. It's again about like the kind of the Catholic Church, and sometimes how they're not good people running it, and they're a little power hungry, and that's cool. But I think sometimes it's acting like it's being all subtle, but sometimes it's just really not. It's being very in your face about some of its things. But it's good. Shots are really cool. Cillian Murphy is really cool in it. I always forget her name. What is her name? Apparently Ben Affleck and Matt Damon produces as well. Why is Emily Walsh, I think her name is, maybe Elizabeth Walsh. Eileen Walsh. She's great. She's only in like 2 scenes. She's great. It's an okay movie. It was an easy way to end the year. The Substance. This is a movie that I will not stop thinking about for a hot minute. Chat, I recommend you all watch The Substance. I didn't love it. This is a movie that goes so insane with all of its ideas, and it's so weird, and I love it for being so weird. It didn't hit for me as hard as I wanted it to, but I can appreciate the hell out of it for how weird this movie is. This is the weird freak movie of the year. Well, no, it's not, but it's one of the freak movies of the year. Watched this with my whole family on Christmas and had to stare at Margaret Qualley's ass for at least 5 minutes. It's crazy to watch with the whole fam. It's a lot of body horror. It's a lot of really strange, really crazy, like it's talking about a very simple thing of like beauty standards in Hollywood. That's the idea, is that beauty standards are ridiculous in Hollywood. But it's saying it in the loudest, craziest, like most balls to the wall way ever. And I like it. 56 is mild ass. Another one that I watched recently, just like The Substance, I watched a couple weeks ago. Aubrey Plaza's so back. This movie's just cute. It's a really cute movie. There's not nearly as much Aubrey Plaza as the advertising suggests. Like, all the advertising in the movie is like all about Aubrey Plaza. She's barely in this movie, dude. She's in it maybe like 15 minutes at most of this hour and 40-minute movie, which is crazy. Good movie though. It's really cute. That's about it. I don't really have problems with it, but I also don't have anything that I was like, yes! Just cute. Just a cute movie. Yeah. We're into 4 stars, chat. Do we want to take a break now? We have 55 movies to go. Oh. Yes. Okay, let's take a break. What do you guys want to do? What do you want to talk about? Need to pee in water? Go pee, go water. Go take a breath. I'm going to pee in water too. Let's take a pee in a water, chat. Let's take a pee in a water. Have fun. Hey, chat. Oh, huge shout out to Kyle and Vic and Arf, by the way. I don't even know if they're still here. They're going to grab a drink right now, but shout out to those folks for sticking around through this whole insane thing. I cannot believe people are even listening to. Thank you for the bits, Kyle. Yeah. People don't watch me very much anymore, so it's cool when I get to yap about things for hours and people actually at least act like they give a shit. So thanks. Love you guys. Who else is here? There's 7 viewers here. I see you all. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. I hope you know that. I wish you'd talk to me. Hey, Vic. Welcome back. I never... There, like, was a way to look at the things, like the people that are here, and I have no idea how. I thought there was a way, but I have no idea how. Oh well. I give up. Yeah, there's been... I don't even know, dude. There's so many good movies from this year. I think overall, this year's been a little bit worse for me for movies than last year was. Like, I watched a lot of, like, classic movies last year that I really enjoyed. Like, I have a good amount of 5-star movies from last year. Last year was kind of lightning in a bottle. Like, there was a lot of good movies that came out. Like, there was Oppenheimer, there was Barbie, there was The Holdovers, and Anatomy of a Fall. We'll actually talk about both of those. But there was Barbie and Oppenheimer. There was Talk to Me. God, what else even? I'm so tired. I can't think of things, chat. There were so many movies that came out. Did Across the Spider-Verse come out last year? It did. Oh my god. Or no. Yeah, that came out in 2023, right? Yes. Surely. That was great. I don't even know what else came out. So many great movies. Bottoms came out. I love me some Bottoms. It's like a lot of good movies came out last year, and I also watched a lot of like really good old movies last year, like 12 Angry Men and Dead Poets Society, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. So last year was just like really good for me. This year I was a lot more willing to kind of take risks with the movies I was watching. I was like, I'm probably not going to like this one as much, but let's watch it anyway and see. And a lot of times I was disappointed and we got a lot more like 2.5 and 3-star movies this year, which is fine. Like last year there were like probably 10 or 15 5-stars. This year there are literally 3, which is fine. I think that's okay. I'm also just becoming more critical as time goes on because I've seen more good movies now, and I'm like, this movie's not as good as that good movie. All right, Arf's back, Vic's back, Kyle's back. You guys want to lock in? We have 55 movies to go through. Me and my 3 little guys who are just staring at me talking about movies. I spent like hundreds of hours watching movies this year. All for my 3 little guys. Oh. Your movies are for me. They're all for you. They're all just for you. All for you and your body. I spend all this time watching movies just so that I can report back to you what I like about them. In one short live stream, 1 3-hour live stream at the end of the year, or the start of the year, really. I have to do another one after this too. I have to do the 2024 recap, the YouTube recap, and Twitch recap. Making Minecraft skins and writing down movie recs? Yes! Vic, if you watch any of these movies I recommended you, or shows, tell me. I'd like to talk about them. I have some really good movies coming up that I like a lot. So. Okay. Chat, let's do it. We need to keep moving. We're almost 3 hours in. You can send the letterbox rank thing again. Yes, of course. I will have that soon. I might move it around a little bit because this ranking's good, but it's not like perfect. A few things I want to move. 4 stars, chat. What's next? 55 is The Disaster Artist. Speaking of things I might move around, this one's probably 3.5. I liked this movie a lot when I watched it. I don't really remember much of it now. I think it does a lot of surface level stuff really fun. This is basically the Andre 3000 album, New Blue Sun. I have not. Sorry. This movie's about the creation of The Room, which is like notoriously one of the worst movies of all time. And I think it does fun when it's like making fun of The Room and kind of like exploring the main guy that made it, that for some reason I'm blanking on the name of right now, which is kind of the worst. But it never goes any deeper than that. Like the whole thing is that like the main guy who made The Room, you know nothing about him really. He's such a strange man. How does he have all this money? Why did he make this movie? Like it's such a strange thing. Like just The Room is such like a shock that it exists, if that makes sense. And it's like, I wish we could have learned a little bit more about who the actual guy was. And it doesn't really go any deeper than like, hey, this movie's dumb, right? And like, yeah, it is. It's a dumb movie, so it's very fun for that part. But it doesn't really go any deeper. So this is probably a 3.5, but whatever. Blink Twice. This is a new movie from 2024 that I liked quite a bit. This is another one that hasn't really sat with me much. Like I haven't really thought about it since I watched it, but it is fun. I remember watching this. This is one of the ones that I haven't mentioned today. Immaculate's one of them. The Good for Her cinematic universe. This is one of those ones. It's a really fun, like, it's partially a comedy, partially like just like a slaughter kind of like it's very fun. It's very lighthearted. The tone's great. Like I love the tone of this movie a lot. I didn't really have any problems with it, but it's just nothing blew me away about it. But it was really solid for what it was going for. It's also Zoe Kravitz's first movie that she ever directed, and she did a great job. So look at her. Number 52 is Breaking Away. This is an older movie. I don't remember when it's from. I think the 80s. I'm not sure. Breaking Bad. No. Breaking Away. Leave me alone. This is about a couple of kids as they're like leaving high school and like growing up and getting ready to grow up, and also a kid who wants to be a biker and live like an Italian man and tries to be a biker with the Italian men in the big Italian race, and then the Italians are mean to him, and he learns that he can be just as good by being himself and not having to idolize another group of people. It's a good movie. The script's really good. This won like a best screenplay award years ago. I watched this in class for something. I really enjoyed it. This could have been probably a 4.5-star movie for me, except the ending pissed me off. At the very end of this movie, just for a joke, they have the main guy who went through the whole movie, they going through this whole big character arc of learning to be himself and appreciate himself for who he is. He like meets this girl, I think it is, and she's French. Or maybe he just randomly just starts picking up French. And the last joke of the movie is that like, oh, he's gonna be French now instead of being Italian. And it's like, shut up. You know, the movie was so good and it was so earned, and it made me so happy with the way that it was like it ended, and it wanted him to like that he was learning to be himself, and like it was such a good movie about self-acceptance. And he's just like, oh, get it? Because he was just Italian and now he's gonna be French. Shut up. I like the rest of it though. Spectacular Now. This is a really sweet movie. A lot of it is just like two people who are in love and like get in love and keep loving each other. I'm not a fan of sex scenes in movies. This might be the most comfortable I've ever felt during a sex scene in a movie. Like it's just sweet. It's just sweet. I don't know. My one problem is eventually it starts going too far. Like there's a moment in this movie. The girl in this movie, I don't remember her name for some reason. I'm so bad. Shailene Woodley, maybe? Shailene Woodley, I think her name is. Her character with Miles Teller. She's so sweet. And like so forgiving and so loving of Miles Teller. And at one point, like things go so off the rails that I needed her to be mad at him. Like really mad at him. Can I spoil a movie, chat? Can we spoil? Chat, can we do spoilers for this? Can we spoil this? Because I like a lot of this movie, but this part really pissed me off. And it might make it a 3.5, to be real with you. Let me mute that. Okay, that's real. At some point, they get into a huge argument, and Miles Teller kicks her out of the car, and she ends up getting hit by a car. Like hard by a car. And like is in the hospital, and like it's really injured, from what I remember. And forgives him fully. Like is not mad at him. Like, because he kicks her out of the car. Like, he's the reason she gets hit. Because he kicks her out, but then they're, like, arguing through the window of the car. So, like, she's not paying attention to the road or anything. She just gets out and turns around and, like, they keep arguing, and then she gets hit. It's like, ugh, why are you mad at him at all? It's his fault. And she just immediately is like, no, I forgive you. I love you. And I'm like, no, shut up. So, a little bit of the movie feels a little too male-gazy. From the writers of 500 Days of Summer is crazy, because we will talk about that in a minute, because that feels like a very similar problem. Number 51 is Following. This is Christopher Nolan's first movie. It's good. It's really good, especially for a first movie. This is crazy for how good it is. I think that it does Christopher Nolan's usual thing where he'll like cut forward or backward in time. Like he'll mess with time a lot. I think this is the movie where it really just doesn't feel necessary at all. It's just not necessary. It makes for like a cool kind of twist, but like there had to have been a way to do it without like jumping around and being all confusing. The idea is fun though. It's just like it's about a guy. The basic premise is just a guy who likes to follow people. Never like invade their life or anything really. Not in even like a stalking way. He'll just like be out somewhere for a day and like he'll see somebody and just be like, I wonder what they're doing with their day, and we'll just like follow them like from a distance. They never even notice that he's there. He just like watches and like sees what they do and then keeps moving about his day. It's kind of neat. And then like he gets roped in like this whole thing, and it's like that's the actual plot, but whatever. Chat, top 50 500 Days of Summer. I'm conflicted on this one because I like it. again, very sweet movie. I like the romance. I like the two main characters a lot. How am I forgetting both of their names right now? Zoe Deschanel and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, thank you, are both really good in this movie. I think the relationship's kind of fun, and they're both kind of assholes, which is good. Basically, they ended up starting like this sort of relationship. He wants it to be a full-fledged boyfriend-girlfriend thing. She's like, no, I don't want that. And he's upset about that. They're both a little bit of assholes. Just because, like, this is where I think it starts to feel a little bit male gazy, similar to Spectacular Now, where it's like, he is probably more of an asshole in this situation because Zoe Deschanel is very obvious from the beginning. Like from day one, she's like, hey, I don't want anything serious. Okay? Like, I want this to be just a casual hookup thing. Okay? Joseph Gordon-Levitt's like, okay. And then eventually he's like, I'm falling in love with you. And she's like, I'm not. And he's like, why? And it's like, she was very open from the beginning, but also it's like, there's a little bit on her side because it's like she knows she's leading him on and he's falling in love with her, but she's still doing this, so she's also a little bit an asshole. They're both assholes. A little bit, but I think that he's worse in a lot of ways. Still a very sweet movie, strangely. Like, that's my main problem with it. But it doesn't take too much away from the enjoyment of the movie. A lot of it's really fun. It also jumps around in time and gets kind of hard to follow. But, like, it's nice. It feels kind of like a series of memories and, like, this, like, long-lasting relationship. It's fun. I enjoy it. Yeah, that's it. 49 is Wicked. Wicked came out this year. Forgot about that. I watched this with a bunch of my friends. One of my friends just logged this on Letterboxd for, I think, the 5th time this year. Yeah, Wicked came out. How did you miss this? Wicked's been, like, one of the biggest movies of this year. I think it's been, yeah, like, one of the 5 biggest. It's been, like, the movie of the fall, for sure. That's crazy. Based off the musical Wicked. Okay, so Wicked, there's a book that was written sort of as a prequel to The Wizard of Oz about the Wicked Witch of the West. That became a musical called Wicked, which is sort of based on the book. Then they made a movie called Wicked, and it's based off the first act of the musical. Now, the musical's been out since 2003. Or Snarl. Have you never heard Defying Gravity? That's like the song. That's crazy. Whatever. I love the musical of Wicked. I saw this musical like almost 10 years ago, probably. I don't even remember when. And I've still thought about it since then. Like, I remember the stage. I remember the songs. It's a good show. And when I heard they were making a movie, I was scared. I was also heard that they were making it into 2 movies. This 2.5-hour musical is being made into 2 movies. And this first movie by itself is like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I was like, oh, interesting. Interesting. This first act movie is longer than the entire musical. Interesting. Good things and bad things, chat. One thing, Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, fantastic in these roles. They were actually really good. I was a little nervous for them both because it's a big movie, and I've never really seen either of them be in big roles before. They both did great. They both locked right in, especially Ariana Grande. Did not expect her to be good in this. She's great in this. Might honestly be in conversation for nomination for Best Supporting Actress role. I don't think that she should win, maybe? I'd have to look around and see what I think should win, but I think that she should be nominated, at least. Some really fun choreographed numbers in this. Like, there's this one song that's in like a library, but there's a bunch of like spinning walls and stuff, and like this clock tower section of it, and like there's a bunch of dancing around like these spinning walls, and people are like jumping around and climbing on them. It's really cool and really fun. Some good music, some cool shots, some cool like set design and stuff. It's a really well put together movie for the most part. I have issues with it though, and I think that as I sit with it more, it's getting worse in my mind. I think a lot of the cinematography I struggle with. I think it, for a movie that should be so bright and colorful and like this whole pink green aesthetic, excuse me, I think it looks a lot like concrete sometimes. I think there's a lot of shots in this movie that really were like, there was a meme that every shot in this movie is backlit, and they're not wrong. Like, there's no interesting lighting in this movie except for like one spot. Cynthia Erivo's singing about wanting to be like normal and like viewed as like a normal person, and like there's this point where they have like these spinning pink lights around her, and it nullifies like the green on her skin, so you see like a regular skin tone on it. And that's really cool and really clever. Like, there's a couple really cool directing things in this movie, but a lot of it's really blandly shot, and then pisses me off because of how much money they had for this. And also, this movie's kind of full of itself. Like, Defying Gravity, they know is like their big song for the show, and it's like 5 minutes in the musical maybe. But this movie has a habit of taking songs that they know are popular and stretching them as long as they can. Defying Gravity is like 15 minutes long because they will sing a part of it and then stop and do scene stuff for like 2 minutes and then sing another 30 seconds of the song and then do more scene for like a minute. And then we'll sing a little bit more and then do a lot more scene, and then we'll sing like one note and then do more scene. I'm like, stop, just sing the song. Let the song progress the plot. God! Pisses me off. I know now, while I'm looking at these 4-star movies, that I'm angry at a lot of them. And it sounds like I like them all less than the 3.5-star movies. I promise I don't. I actually do quite like these movies. It's just that I like them so much that their flaws are very apparent to me. I can almost see them being 5-star movies. Like, it pisses me off. You know, Evil Mode? I know. It's because I see how good these movies are, and I see, especially with a movie like this, how much money is in it. And it's like, please, just be better. You could be better. Like, I see how it could be better. Changing how I've always been. Yeah. I'll wait for you all. Come back to me. Come to me. Wait, is this Nosferatu? Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like, it makes me sad. Like, there's these movies, like 3.5 stars is a lot of like, yeah, that was fine, that was cool, I liked it, good. 4-star movies are like, this could have been great if you had changed a few things. And so I start to get like more passionate about these. Like, 4-star movies are where I really get passionate about it, because it's like, I see a great, amazing movie in this, but you're missing some things. So anyway, 48's John Wick Chapter 2. Regardless of what I just said, this is just a good movie. I actually don't really have any significant problems with this. This is the best John Wick movie that I've seen. I haven't seen John Wick 4, but the choreography in this is great. The set pieces in this are great. Of the first 3 John Wicks, this is by far my favorite. I think it like pushes things beyond John Wick 1 in a really good way without like going too far like it does in the 3rd one. I don't know if the UHC thinks abandoned. I'm not thinking about it. I've been busy. I've been living life. Maybe over the summer. Who knows? That's what I'll say. I don't really know what I'm doing at all. I don't know what I'm doing at all. There's going to be a Joey Offline video soon that I think you all should watch about this past year and how I'm lost. And I want you all to watch it and comment on it. But anyway, John Wick Chapter 2 is really good. I know you will, Arsenal, but nobody else does. I do know you will, and I love you for that. I do. I love you. Viewers, I love you. You're all like a bunch of kittens. Sorry. See any John Wick movies? Yeah, it is. It's mostly just a dude killing people, but it's really entertaining how he does it. It's like, this is the most an action movie has ever action movied for me. It's good. Really strong. What is it, Sixth Sense? Yeah, it is. Sixth Sense is 47. This is like one of the most famous plot twists in history. I think if I didn't know the plot twist, it would hit even harder. But as it is, I spent the whole movie watching it, knowing the plot twist, and being like, okay, so how do they hide this? And enjoying that. So it's still good on like a second watch, probably, if you don't know the plot twist. Yeah, this was really neat. It's just a really neat movie. This is a movie that I've like known about for years and known people have loved for years, and so I like finally sat down and was like, Yeah, I see why people love this. I don't adore it, but like it's good. Some really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. What? Chat Bo Burnham. This is one that I wanted to keep in here because it's a special. It's a special that I haven't watched in a very long time. And it's also not like one of the 5 stars of Bo Burnham for me. My opinion on this one has changed, which is also another reason why it's on here. I think I used to have... Yeah, no. The twist in that movie is really, really strong. Like there's a reason why the twist in Sixth Sense is one of the most famous twists of all time. It's because it's really good. It's really, like, it's good. What is something I think that I used to like more? Yeah. I think it used to be like a 4.5 or 5 star for me, and I watched it again this year with somebody. And I was like, yeah, like it's good. I think that there's great moments in it. Like I love We Think We Know You, which ends the special. But I think it's not his strongest work. I think it relies a little bit too much on like just gross out or like crass humor in a lot of it that I struggle with at times. And I think Make Happy is so much better than this one. But I still really like it. Like it's still 4 stars. I think it's really funny. I think there's so many good bits. I love his book. The pages are blank. Why am I lying to you? I think he's great. I still laughed at this quite a lot. I see the flaws more as I've grown with it. I also do sit here and look at it and know that he made this when he was like 21. And I'm number 45 is gonna be The Hangover. Unironically, really funny. One of the funniest movies I've seen in a long time. I booted this up one night because somebody recommended it to me, and I always love a good movie recommendation. And it was way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be really trashy, and it was like, it is trashy, but in a really good way. I don't think I want to see any of the sequels, but this was fun for what it is. I don't want to watch it again because I think it'd be much more predictable, but it's like a ridiculous movie that keeps doubling down on itself, and it's good. Has Stephen Bunting ever appeared on your TikTok for you page? You gotta give me more than the name. I don't remember anybody's name on TikTok ever. Yeah, this one's fun. It's just ridiculous, and it's kind of fun with how ridiculous it is. Alien Romulus is 44. This movie I saw, like, this kind of kicked off my school year this year. Joey's gonna kill himself. Awesome. And this is cool. This is one similar to Gladiator, where I have not seen the other Alien movies yet. I know. I will. Also, this poster, it goes so hard. But it's really entertaining. I don't know on a deeper level if it really will like stay with me, but I had a blast with this movie. Like I was locked in for this movie. Really cool set pieces, really cool like sequences in this movie, which is kind of cool. Once we judge your films, we will disqualify one of them, which will give you a refund. Okay, whatever. Sorry, I just got a notification from an email. I submitted 2 of my films you guys haven't seen yet to a bunch of film festivals yesterday. And I'm hoping that they do well because I spent a lot of money. The Dart Pro that's known for his entrance theme being Titanium by David Guetta featuring Sia. I don't think I do. I'm going to say I don't know him. Let's be my guess. Yeah, Alien Romulus is cool. Good vibes. It's the same person again. I need to look her up. Hold on. Sorry. Because this is so bad. Isabella Merced. Yeah, okay. So she's in this movie too, and I like her in this movie too. Sorry. She's been in a bunch of movies that I like, and I can never remember her name. But yeah, this was cool. I think all the other Alien movies are probably, like the first 2 at least, will probably be better than this. But this was a really solid one. Like, I think this is a very easy one to get into Alien with. Deadpool and Wolverine is number 43. This is easily the best Deadpool one. I think it's awesome that he's in the MCU now. I think they made fun of that in all of the best ways. I don't know how well this would hold up on a rewatch. I love Deadpool's body. I love Wolverine. I love Hugh Jackman in this movie. This movie would be significantly worse if Hugh Jackman wasn't in it. I'm shocked they were able to bring back Hugh Jackman in a way after Logan that didn't make me want to die. Unironically. Like, it's really good. this is like probably the most entertained I was by a movie this year, for the most part. It's really entertaining. Again, the humor probably won't land if I watched again, like some of it, but it's really fun. I think it's better that he has somebody consistent to bounce off of rather than him just constantly quipping. Like, he has people in the other movies that are like supposed to be like these stoic characters, just like, ugh, Deadpool making his jokes, but they don't have the screen presence that Hugh Jackman does. Hugh Jackman's so locked in this movie that he makes Ryan Reynolds funnier. He just does. Like, his presence in this movie just makes everything better. Anyway, 42 is Saltburn. I watched this movie almost 3 times this year, and I still don't know how I feel about it. I kind of forgot this movie came out this year. I thought it came out last year. Or maybe it did. But I thought I watched it last year. But I've watched it multiple times this year. God, what a freaky, horny movie. I don't know if I was ready for this movie when I watched it. Because it is such a freak movie. Yeah, I watched it early in 2024. I remember that. But I was not ready for the ride this movie took me on. Like, I've watched a lot of freak movies now, so I think I'm good. But like, this was crazy. Yeah, it's a lot of horny stuff, like really horny stuff. I think the plot's good. I kind of want it to be better. Like, I like what it's going for. I honestly like that it went as far as it did in a lot of ways. But I think some of its plot actually kind of falls apart for me. I wish it was a little bit more clear in what it wanted to do. Because Barry Keoghan's character is fun in this, but I feel like he's very contradictory of himself sometimes. And I wish that they kind of just like locked in on one goal for him. Because he's like obsessed with Jacob Elordi, but then he's not, but then he is, but then he's not, but then he just wants the house at the end. Like the mansion that they live in. And it feels like a weird kind of switch up. And I wish they kind of clarified that. Visually, love this movie. One of my favorite movies visually from this year. Just a strange one. Watch the movie Funny Games, 1997 horror movie, and is regarded as somewhat a masterpiece. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll try to find that somewhere. Funny Games, I got you. Yeah, Saltburn's a really weird movie. I think people should watch it if they dare. I don't know. It's also just such an iconic movie from this year. Like, the images of Barry Keoghan having sex with a grave is crazy to me. That's a thing that happened this year. I can't stop thinking about that. Gravity's the first movie I watched this year. This was movie 1. This was my January 1st, January 2nd movie. Party of 4, welcome to the stream. Hi. Cardanity? Am I saying that right at all? Welcome to the stream. We're talking about all the movies I watched this year. I didn't know my alert still worked like that. Hey, I watched 144 movies this year and a bunch of TV shows and listened to a bunch of albums, and I'm ranking all of those things. Also watch movies with subtitles because it's not in English. Well, yeah, that would help for sure. I probably will do that if it doesn't have if it's not in English. Thank you for the follow, Cardanity and RI coded. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep talking about movies because I don't know how to say words very well. Thank you guys for stopping by. Very cool to have you. I hope you like me yapping about movies. I watched too many. Gravity's cool. Has a lot of really cool long takes in it. It's directed by Alfonso Cuarón, who directed the 3rd Harry Potter movie, which is my favorite Harry Potter movie. And this movie is really well shot in a lot of ways. Like, there's like 15-minute long takes in this movie of people just hanging out in space. And it's cool and sick. I remember watching it and be like, damn, okay, this has got some kick to it. But also I don't remember a lot of the plot, which is kind of where it falls back for me a little. Oh no. Am I frozen? No. You scared me. You scared me a lot. No. It's literally nothing like 2001: A Space Odyssey. Long takes doesn't mean slow. There's a lot of things going on all the time. It's on HBO Max? Oh, perfect. I'll take a look. Boom. It's actually nothing like 2001. The long takes are constant. Like, I wouldn't call it the long take unless it was interesting to me. Like, it's impressive. Like, there's a lot of movement. It keeps going and it keeps developing. Like, it's useful to the plot. It's really fun. It's like an hour 40, hour 50. I think it's like a short movie. I don't remember a ton of the plot always, but I remember the vibes of it, and it had me stressed. And just the techniques of it were really cool. It had me locked in for a lot of it. Like Gravity. Number 40 is Fargo. This and the very next movie are both Coen Brothers movies. I'm going to talk about them both, because there's Fargo at 40 and Burn After Reading at 39. These are my first two movies by the Coen Brothers, I think. Or, well, no, there's, what's it called? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh no, I don't remember what it's called, but it's the one with the guys. It's the one with the men, all the white men, and Josh Brolin. Josh Brolin's a white man, I think. No Country for Old Men. That's what it is. I think that's them. That might not even be them. Let me check. Why does it not say? Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm right. I'm always right. Anyway, Fargo and Burn After Reading are really strange, weird stories that like feel so simple in a lot of ways, but like are just really well written to the point that you're just kind of locked in for the whole thing. Like it feels so simple and like almost like a stage play to some degree. Like these are very different movies. But they're both just really well put together. I don't even know like what to say about them. They're both so strange in their plots and their ideas. I think I need to watch them really again to let them sit with me a little harder. I just remember that I liked Burn After Reading more the first time I watched it. I think you should watch Burn After Reading. People like Fargo more, I think. Like, it's a more famous movie. Watch Burn After Reading. It's a weird movie. Very strange movies. Awesome casts in both of them. Yeah, they're just strange. I don't even know. They're just strange. 38 is Inside Out 2. This came out this year. This is the highest grossing movie of 2024, believe it or not. And this is good. This is actually shockingly good. My expectations for Pixar have been low the past couple years. And this movie came out of nowhere and was shockingly good. The ending of this movie is actually like, I liked it a lot. Not my favorite Pixar movie. Sorry I didn't chat after I rated it and followed my Twitch being rated. Oh, well, that's fine. Thank you so much for rating. Very sweet of you. I'm just hanging out and ranking a ton of the movies that I watched this year because I watched so many. How was your stream? Yeah, this is cool. I think some of the plot is a little rehashed at the first, like this idea of like negative emotions, and some of like the side plot of them like all getting kicked out of HQ and like having to find their way back doesn't hit as hard on this one as it does in the first one, but the ending's really good, and I really like the stuff with Riley in it a lot more than I did in the first movie, so it was cool. Mine's been really good. It's been longer than I thought. These ones of me ranking all my movies is always long, but really good so far. Always fun. Always fun. Did you see any good movies this year? And if so, what was your favorite? We're getting close to my favorites, which is nice. I like talking about movies I like, not movies I don't. Yeah, this one's just sweet, and I like the cast. Like, I really liked Anxiety in this movie. The whole ending is like this big panic attack thing. And as someone who has been very open about struggling with panic attacks over the past few years, that was kind of huge for me. I was like, yeah, this is hitting right where it needs to. Ouch. It was cool. I like the ending of this movie a lot. I think the whole movie altogether is really good and a step up from recent Pixar. 37 is Juror Number 2. Watched this like 2 weeks ago. This is Clint Eastwood, who is like 97. Lady Kanashi, welcome to the stream. I have so many movies, lady. I can't stop streaming. What was your favorite movie of the year? Tell me now. We're getting close to mine. I'm very excited, lady. I have so many movies for you to look at. Juror Number 2 is made by Clint Eastwood, who is like this famous director who is now like 97 and still making movies. This is supposedly his last movie of the year, or last movie ever. He made a movie a couple years ago called Cry Macho, and I remember watching that and being like, damn, he's bad at his job. This movie is well written. I don't particularly like the directing in it, which is crazy. Deadpool and Wolverine, I liked that. I have that at 43 actually. That's good. It was fun. I did say it was the most entertained I think I've been by a movie all year. Basic for Juror number 2. You guys should watch this. It's on HBO Max. It's a really simple movie. Basically, Nicholas Holt's character is summoned as a jury member on this court case. While he is sitting in for this court case, he starts to realize there's a chance that he may have committed the crime that they're trying this man for. And it's a really good movie. It's like kind of questioning justice and what really is justice. And like, should he give, because the one thing that I wish that they had done more is really played up the, I don't know for sure if I did it or not. Like, because they kind of play that, like they kind of play the, I might have done it. And I wish that they had done that a little harder. But it's like, it's cool. The ending of this movie actually kind of, like, I hate to use Gen Z slang, sorry. The end of this movie kind of had me gagged. I was shocked. Not shocked, but I did gasp. I was like, oh, no. And it was good. What was the crime? I can't tell you that. You'll have to watch the movie. But it's fun because it's really like an hour and a half of Nicholas Hoult just being so guilty, like his face being so just for like an hour and a half, and he's so good in this movie. Yeah, it's just fun. Like it's a really good watch, and it really does like try really hard to make some decent points about like the justice system, and like would it be justice if he admitted to the crime and then potentially like got in trouble for this thing that he isn't even sure if he did. Like it's a really cool thing. It's cool to think about. The film itself is like pretty decent. 36 is Sicario. This is another one that hasn't stuck with me as much as I'd like it to, but when I watched it, I was locked in. This is another one from the week of 7 movies in a week down the shore with my cousin, and this is the best one from that week. We were locked in for like 2 hours for this movie. Very cool. Kind of messed up in a lot of ways. It's a lot about like sort of the army, I guess, and kind of how messed up some of the system is with this whole thing. They go on like this whole side like secret mission and have to cover it up after. It's interesting. It's a really interesting movie. I think it might fall down a little bit just because of how much I don't remember from it, but there's some really high highs in that movie. 35, another entry in the Good for Her cinematic universe. Midsommar, or Midsommar, depending on how you want to say it. Ari Aster is a little freak, man. He's a little freak, man. I love him. I think I like Hereditary more. I've sat with Hereditary and Midsommar for a while. I've seen Midsommar either 2 or 3 times now, and I like it a lot. I think Hereditary is probably better, but I really appreciate this movie. So messed up in so many ways, but I got to watch it this time with a group of people, and that was really cool to do. It's so like bathed in like this weird folklore of Sweden. It's just so messy in such a good way. Like it's so messed up, and I don't even really know how it's a movie that exists. I'm also I love Florence Pugh with all my heart and soul and body and mind, and I need her. So that was an easy sell for me. It's just Florence Pugh in a movie. But yeah, Ari Aster's so messed up, and I think that the way that he directs this movie is awesome. Also, the way this movie is shot. Hereditary is very like locked in, like locked down, and tripod, and like static shots, like these kind of close, like quick, hard shots that are like very in your face. Midsommar is much more free flowing in a lot of ways. Like there's like, you don't even notice it. There's so many longer takes in this movie. There'll be like Like instead of like the 5-second shots of Hereditary, they'll be like a minute long, 3 minutes long, and it's like not handheld, but like it's on a dolly, so it's like kind of like not dolly, like a gimbal, so it's stabilized. But like the camera's moving and like the blocking's changing and like the camera's like it feels so natural, and I love how it's shot. Very cool. Only one I can think of is a cute little anime movie called Flow. I'll have to look for it. Interesting. I'll look for Flow. Jerry loves this beautiful and natural. Shut up. 34 is the Florida Project. Another one similar to Sicario that I don't remember as much as I'd like to. Because I like Sean Baker a lot. I appreciate Sean Baker. He just made a movie called Anora that I think will be very high on my list for next year because I haven't gotten to watch it yet. Florida Project's good though. It's like another one of the ones where it's kind of just people living life. And they're in like one of the old what is it called? Like hotels almost, like next to Disney World. Strange movie because it's really kind of shot through the perspective of the kid. Like this young, like this really young girl. I think she's like 6 in the movie maybe. Crazy that like working with kids, I cannot even imagine how hard that must be for a movie. Whew. So the fact that he did this was awesome. But it's like showing these kind of like really rough situations through this kid's eyes and tone. That's cool. It's just fun. It's a good vibe. 33 is Pitch Perfect. Sorry. Maybe the best comedy of all time. What if I say that? What if I say that? What if I say it's Pitch Perfect? I got to this point in my list when I saw Pitch Perfect and I went, "Oh, wait." Cuz chat, I always think in my head that this movie's fine. And I'm like, yeah, it's Pitch Perfect, it's fine. And then I go and watch it, chat, and it's always better than I remember it. I've watched this movie maybe 4 times. And it's so, like, it's better than I think it's going to be every single time. That's all I've got. I don't even know, dude. The sequels or whatever. This movie, I think, really, like, this movie is formative for, like, this whole generation in a lot of ways, I think. It is good. I don't think it's great. It's not great. I think it's a perfect, like, 4-star movie. It's not great. It's really good. Like, I think it's better than I really do think that it's better than I think it is every time. Like, I always expect it to be, like, a little worse. I'm like, it can't be as good as I think it is. And I'm like, yeah, I still like this movie. 32 is Upgrade. This was a random one. This is, I don't think Blumhouse was the producer of it. I think that they just distributed it. I don't remember, though. Maybe I'm wrong. This is like a random indie movie that is so well done. Like I think I caught it when it was on Netflix for a little bit. And it's just really cool. It's kind of predictable in some ways and kind of by the books, but it's basically this guy in like the future who gets access to this like little bug that people are like trying to test to like upgrade him as a person, and he uses it, and it like it's this relationship between him and this like perfect version of him as they sort of like fight. Like they start as he tries to get revenge against the people who killed his wife. He's basically using this thing, and he starts to become a battle against, rather than avenging his wife, it eventually becomes him fighting for his own life and trying to take it back from this bug. The ending of this movie's great. Yeah, it is actually a lot like John Wick, and I think the action in this movie is as good as John Wick. The filming of this movie is better than John Wick. The cinematography in this movie is sick. Because the way that they film it is like when his like the bug thing is like activated in him, the camera is like locked onto him, like not actually attached to him, but it's like so if his head, like he like dodges a punch. So imagine he dodges a punch like this. Okay, the camera will like swing back with him and stay like with where his face is. It's so cool. It's so good. It's really cool. It's really well shot, and the ending's really good. I like the ending. Anyway, Batman Begins is number 31. I started this movie planning on watching all of Christopher Nolan's movies, and then I watched, like it's sort of like it's locked on, but it's not from his POV. Like it's just following his, like if it's shooting him this way, it's like following his movements, and it feels so alive. I love shooting action like that. It's so cool. Batman Begins is one of the only other Christopher Nolan movies I watched. It's this and Following that I watched, and this is really good. I forgot how good this movie is. It's a little long, but like for an origin story and for everything, it does so much. Crazy that this came out in 2008, before like any superhero movies, like any good superhero movies really came out. And yeah, it's bars. I have no notes. Like, Dark Knight is perfect, and this is not as good as Dark Knight. But it's really good, and that's like all I have for it. It's just really good. It's just, yeah, that's it. It's just really good. 30 is Conclave. This is a new movie from this year about popes. I watched a lot of random religious movies for this year for some reason. And this one's fun. It's basically the Pope died and they have to elect a new Pope. And it's like a kind of like a political thriller. And there's so many little twists and turns. And like nobody's really a good person. And that's so fun. I like it. And the ending, again, the ending of this movie, really strong. I like the ending a lot. I'd recommend this movie to people. Not a lot of people are going to watch this. I mean, some people are. It's going to get nominated for Best Picture. I'm sure of it. I don't think it'll win. I don't know what's going to win this year, to be real. We'll have to do a stream about it at some point, but I don't know what's going to win. But this one is really strong. It feels like the most Oscar movie that I've seen this year. It's just like, it's just good. It's really good. And Ralph Fiennes is great. He's Voldemort, by the way, if you don't know him. It's just cool. Like, there's nothing more to it. Like, it's a movie that I was shocked by how locked in I was for this. Batman is a rich man who takes policing into his own hands, and it just feels like, I mean, you're right in a lot of ways. But you could say that about a couple different superheroes, to be real. That's fine. Whatever. You are right, though. Conclave is good. Kill Bill Volume 1 is number 29. This is a movie... I still don't love Tarantino. I liked this movie. But the longer I've sat with it, the less I really remember loving from it. I wish I could... like, had more to grasp from this. The action of this movie is awesome. It's obvious why this is such an influential movie. There's a lot of really cool visuals in it. The plot's actually kind of neat. I haven't finished the movie because Volume 2 is technically like the same. It's like it continues the plot of the first one directly. So when you finish Volume 1, it doesn't really feel like you've finished the movie. So I haven't finished the movie yet. I watched this like months and months and months ago. Like probably like April maybe. So yeah, and I just haven't picked up Volume 2. And I guess that tells you how I felt about Volume 1. That I liked it, but didn't care enough to immediately jump on the next one. I don't know. Number 28 is Beauty and the Beast. Sorry, I was reading Kyle's comment. What's wrong with Beauty and the Beast, bro? What's wrong with Beauty and the Beast? Okay, oh, I understand. So I have seen Beauty and the Beast. Okay. But I don't think I've watched this since I was like 10. So I didn't really like know. Like all the ones from earlier, like I kind of knew where it was going to fall in my ranking. But like I really don't think I've watched this movie in like 10 years. So when I watched it, I watched this on Christmas with my family. We watched like 4 movies on Christmas. I was like, hey, that's pretty good. It was, okay. Chat. We went from The Substance to Beauty and the Beast. And if you guys know anything about The Substance, it is so much body horror and naked people and gross close-up crap. It's such an insane movie. Going from that to Beauty and the Beast is so insane. So insane. But yeah, Beauty and the Beast is good. It's a classic. It's obvious why it's a classic. I have small problems with it, like logic problems of like, did the witch just... was she mean to an 11-year-old child? Or like a 10-year-old child? for being a little rude? Like for probably just doing what his parents told him to? I'm confused. But like it's very sweet. I really have no like direct problems with it other than that. It's good. I have a soft spot for it. 27 is 10 Things I Hate About You. One of the two best rom-coms I've ever seen. Dare I say it. There it is. I've never been a big rom-com guy. And this year I watched two rom-coms that were like, okay, I get it now. I get why people like this. Why people freak with this. So yeah, this was cool. This is funny and good. And I like, how am I blanking on his name right now? Heath Ledger? Yes. Sorry. Jesus. Excuse me. Yeah, Heath Ledger in this movie is great. It's crazy that he's in this movie and is as good as he is. Rest in peace, I love him. The main relationship in this movie I actually really liked a lot, which was shocking. I usually don't like relationships in rom-coms just because it feels too like forced or silly. And they felt like two people, like two actual human beings who like were actually into each other, and that was so cool. This movie is just so fun. Like, it's so much fun. It's just a good movie. It's a really solid one. You guys should watch it. It's fun. And it makes, like, I get why people like this so much. And it makes me want to watch more rom-coms. But I don't know if any of them will really hit as hard. Speaking of rom-coms, Nosferatu. Chat, why did this movie talk about coming so much? It talked about coming so much. I'm kidding. The main line was just coming to me. Believe it or not, sorry, possibly the horniest movie I watched all year, and I did not know that that's what I was getting when I went in. So much hornier than I thought. Like, shockingly so. I don't know if it's Saltburn kind of horny. It's a different kind of horny, but it is horny. I thought it was gonna be rated R because it was like spooky and dark. Chat, this movie's like, it's like they're having a Snapchat convo. I've seen TikToks of it, and it's like Nosferatu to Lady Ellen, I think her name is, and it's like, what are you wearing? What would you be doing if I were there? And it's like, I mean, it's silly, but it's kind of true. It's kind of like a lot of sexting somehow. I mean, yes, succumb is right there. There is the word "cum" on the page, but it's so okay. Hear me out. I want to make note of this because I have a feeling I'm going to be right on this, and I'm going to be really depressed when this happens. Why is this pen not going down? There we go. This is going to be the Batman of this year. Now hear me out. The Batman, I think, in 2022 was by far the best looking movie that came out that year. By far. The cinematography in the Batman is insane. There are shots, I have not seen that movie in like 2 years. I still think of shots from that movie constantly. It did not even get nominated for best cinematography. Did not even get nominated. This movie, Nosferatu, looks insane. Genuinely feels like a storybook. There are some shots in this movie that, like, my jaw was on the floor. It's crazy how good this movie looks and how much this movie would not be what it is if it didn't look the way it does. And the visuals of this movie are crazy good. Like, there's one scene that I can think of in particular where Nicholas Hoult, who I love, great actor, is like walking in the woods, and like there's this carriage like slowly approaching him from the distance. Such a beautiful shot. And it heightens the like dread of the movie so much. Like, it's so, and if it doesn't get nominated, I think I'll freak out. Like, for best cinematography, it should win, but I don't know. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be as horny as it was, but I appreciate everything it did, and I love what it went for. I still liked it a lot. It was unexpected how horny it was gonna be. Because I thought, like, Baby Girl was gonna be the horny movie of Christmas. Apparently it's this. I'm not gonna spoil it, but chat, the ending of this movie is kind of really funny when you think about it. But it's really good. I think it's a really good movie. I like it a lot. I really do. The more I think this movie, there's some movies that go down the more I think about them. I think this one's one that's going to go up, like, the more I think about it, because I really like it. 25 is Glass Onion. I have seen this before, but I've never like actually thought about it critically or rated it. And it's gonna have a 4-star from me. This is great. Knives Out is better. Knives Out is better. Knives Out is the first one of this. There's another one coming out this year called Wake Up Dead Man. Cannot wait for that. Glass Onion feels a little silly sometimes. Like I feel like it goes a little too far sometimes with how silly it gets. But it's really good. The costumes in this movie, incredible. I think when you're doing this kind of thing that Rian Johnson's doing, where it's like a bunch of kind of like standalone movies, murder mysteries, but all tied together, each one needs to feel different. And I was kind of nervous after the first one that he wasn't gonna be able to make like a different twist or like a different setting. And this one feels like a completely different movie, like in every way. The twist is so good. It's like the movie's framed in a completely different way, while still like having a really cool, interesting twist to it. The setting's cool. I don't think it's as neat and lived in as the Thrombey Mansion in Knives Out, but I still like it a lot. Love the cast of this movie. Such a based cast. I'm so excited for the next one. Yeah, they finished filming a couple months ago. I'm so excited for the third one. Yeah, really strong. Like, I love Daniel Craig. He's having so much fun. It's such a fun movie. That's what it is. Everybody in this movie is having so much fun, and you can feel it. I love that so much. 24, Chad, this is the rom-com that I was talking about. When Harry Met Sally is my favorite rom-com ever, believe it or not, I think. This one goes so crazy. They put some drugs in this one, dude. It's so simple, but like, it's kind of perfect in some ways. It's a lot of these two people just kind of arguing and becoming friends and moving in and out of each other's lives. And it's just nice. Yeah, like a friend of mine like convinced me to watch this with her. And I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this, because she swears by this movie. It's one of her favorite movies of all time. And I was like, I'm gonna warn you, I love you, I don't think I'm gonna like this. And we watched it and I was like, wait, this kind of got some sauce to it. And the more that I've sat with it, the more I've liked it. Like, I really like this movie. It's just good chemistry between people and like good conversations. And I'm a sucker, like, this is really strange, but I'm a sucker for movies where it's kind of like people like moving in and out of each other's lives, if that makes sense. Like, I like movies that take place and show people's relationships over a long period of time. Like, this movie takes place over like a decade and a half, I think, maybe 10 years, 15 years, something like that. I don't remember. It takes place over a good chunk of time, as they like are friends for some of it and like stop talking for some of it, and get like their relationship changes so much over time, but like we still see them move in, like, back into each other's lives. They keep gravitating toward each other, and that's so pretty to me. I love movies that are like that feel almost lonely together. It feels so much like life. Like, people actually do this. Like, it feels so real. And I love movies that are people like living their lives and not like the plot could have just been like, yeah, it's us. We just met and now we're falling in love and now we're in love. No, it doesn't do that. It like tracks them through like 15 years of their lives and like seeing, yes, it's all how much she's having. It is. It's such a good scene. It's just nice. It feels like it tracks two real people because we spend so much of their lives with them. It's so cool. The most in art in this movie's strong suit is its characters. Oh, for sure. Definitely strongest on character. And it's funny. Like, there's just conversations that they'll have that I'll find really funny. It's just good. I like it. Another romance, kind of. Bones and All. Luca Guadagnino. This is the Luca Guadagnino movie that I like the most. Okay? It's Bones and All. First off, this poster is my favorite poster, I think, of all time. If not one of my favorite posters of all time. I'll say one of, because I don't know if it's my favorite. Really good poster, though. I adore this poster. It's about cannibals who are also in love. And it's cool. It also kind of is another one similar to When Harry Met Sally. It doesn't take place over such a long period of time, but it does take place over, I think, a few years, if I'm remembering right, or at least a year, which I think is nice. I really do like these. Did I put this at 46? Did I really? I didn't even remember that I ranked it last year. Well, hey, guess what? I like it even more because I watched it again. I think I might have given it a 3.5 last year. It's a 4-star now, and it gets better every time I watch it. I gave it 4 stars. Interesting. I still think I like it better than I did last year. Also, the movies this year just haven't been as good. I'll be so for real. But this movie gets better every time I watch it. It's probably a little long, but I kind of vibe with it. It's very much just like a trip, and you're watching these people like move from place to place and do thing to thing, and it's great, and I like it. And there's some fun effects where they have to eat people, and that looks cool. I watched it with 2 of my friends, and they were like so grossed out by it, and I was like, I'm so fascinated by how they did this that I love it, and I want to know everything about this movie. I like it. Civil War is number 22. That came out this year. This movie I heard very mixed things on, so I didn't actually go see it when it came out. I watched it a couple weeks ago, probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago, during like my big December binge. And I was like, I went in with pretty low expectations because like people have not loved this movie. And chat, I like this one. I like it a lot. I'm very biased because guess what? It's a movie about photographers. And if you take it as that, like some people went in this movie expecting it to be about politics. And that's not what it's about. It's a lot more about photography and like why people do what they like, why photographers do what they do and the risk of it. Specifically war photographers, but like photographers in general. And like the art of photography in a lot of ways. And I think that's cool. I don't like, at least for me, that's what I took from it. Maybe that's not what you're supposed to, but I took a lot of photography stuff from this. It's so fun. It's basically like a future, it's like if a future president, played by Nick Offerman, love him, basically instates himself for a 3rd term and is like a super corrupt president, and like I said, instates himself for a 3rd term and basically takes over the country. So the country is fractured into a bunch of different places, a bunch of different factions, in like this giant civil war. That's like frame 1 of the movie. That's already happened. There's like California and Texas are together or something, and Florida is like a section, and like there's a bunch of different sections, and they're all at war. That doesn't really matter. What matters is there are a couple photographers and like media people who are like a small group of media people who are trying to get to the White House to interview the president. He's like open for one interview or something. They're trying to get there before the side against the White House in the Civil War kills him, because they know the president's losing the war, so they're trying to get to him before he gets killed. It's really cool. It's really cool. I like photographers. Anyway, 21 is On the Count of 3. This movie's tough. It's about 2 people who basically plan to have one more day together, and then at the end of the day, they're going to kill each other. Yeah! What a movie, dude. It's a movie about life. It's a movie about, I don't even know, like figuring out a way to like give a shit and finding things to live for in a lot of ways. Because like, not to spoil it, but like these characters start and end on like opposite sides of the spectrum. One of like they go from like caring about being alive and not caring about being alive to not caring and caring, or caring and not caring. Like they flip, and it's really interesting, and it's very natural to see how they do it. That's like, I think my favorite part is just like the idea of them knowing it's the last day on Earth allows them to do like really ridiculous things in this movie that I think are really fun, and some like really good jokes about it, to be real with you. But it also is like the ending like really hits, like it gets really like real, and I like it a lot. I really do. Yeah, good movie. I was wanting to watch this for months before I did, and I finally did, and I was like, yes, good. Chat, my last 4-star movie. We've made it through. is a real pain. Jesse Eisenberg's second feature film. His first one was When You Finish Saving the World. I gave that 3 stars. This movie is great. This is the quintessential movie that I like more the more I think about it. I watched this movie and it ended in the theater and I was like, that's it? Because it felt like it needed 30 more minutes of movie or like something else to happen at the end. But the more I've thought about it, yeah, that's Jesse Eisenberg and Kieran Culkin. So obviously a bonus half star per usual. The more I've thought about this movie, the more I'm like, no, I don't think I want anything else. This is great. This is exactly what it needed to be. No, I frequently want more movie. Sometimes movies recently have a problem with being too long. And I mean that. That's not my TikTok brain. There's a lot of movies that feel like they need to be longer for no reason. But this movie, I think, is really strong. It's very snap. Like, the edit of this is really snappy. I think it's like a really good pace. Like, it's not fast, it's not slow. I don't agree with you on Oppenheimer, I don't think. I don't know. I haven't watched it this year. Sorry. But it's just good. Like, the more I think about it, the more I really, really like this movie. It's a lot about grief. It's basically 2 cousins that are going on a trip through Europe to relive their grandparents, I believe, their grandmom specifically, I think her struggle with the Holocaust. Because I believe that she was a survivor of the Holocaust, and they like are going back to kind of celebrate her memory after she died. And it's good. Two-thirds of its length is crazy, Arsenal. Anyway, whatever. It's a good movie. It's a really funny movie. And it talks a lot about grief in like a really good way that I was like, ooh, wait. There's some conversations in this movie that I was like, okay, this is kind of hitting. I like this a lot. Yeah, really, I like this movie a lot. Like, I this might be a 4.5 star soon. I'm gonna have to watch this again this year. Really good movie. Speaking of 4.5 stars, let's yap. Me and Earl and the Dying Girl. Good movie, really funny, really good vibes. It's a movie somewhat about movies and making movies, so of course I'm gonna have some love for that. It's just like another very sweet movie, really well put together. It's probably a 4 star the more I think about it, but that's okay. Excuse me, because it's like I don't remember as much of this movie as I'd like to, but I remember finishing it and being like, ho, just because it makes you feel good. Even though it's like not a very happy movie, it feels really good. It's just like it's a very easy movie to like. Anyway, number 18 is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Again, one of the funniest movies of all time. Another one that hasn't stuck with me as much as I thought it would, but it's so iconic and so funny that it's like kind of crazy how good this movie is. Like, I'd always heard of it and was like, this will probably be funny. And then it's like even funnier than you think it's gonna be. 'Tis but a scratch. It's just really, like, there's good bits in this movie that are like shockingly good. There's some bits in this movie that I didn't find as funny, but like the good bits in this movie are so good. It's so stupid. Like, it's a stupid movie, but like in a really good way. It's a classic. It really is. This is like the one movie from this year that maybe this and like Beauty and the Beast that like are the classics that I've watched this year. It's really good. It's really, really funny. Yeah, if you ever need a good comedy, watch Monty Python. Silver Linings Playbook. These three are all these three and the next one are all kind of at the bottom of 4.5 because they're all ones that I really remember liking when I watched them, but I haven't held on to them very much in my mind. Like Silver Linings Playbook, I remember really liking. It's also a Philly movie, which is cool. So it's like it has some connection to me for there. And I remember being really happy about this movie. The dance aspect of this movie, like the whole big dance competition that happens in this movie is really fun. And I remember loving that. Outside of that, though, I don't remember a ton of this movie, and I think I want to watch it again. From what I remember, this movie is really fun, really charming. Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence are really good in this movie. Robert De Niro is random as hell in this, but I think it's at its best when it's just Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence just doing whatever the hell. It's silly. 16 is going to be Ex Machina. This is the other one that like kind of don't fully remember, but I remember the gist. I don't remember why I love it as much as I do, but I do really like it. This is the same director who made Civil War, Alex Garland. This is another entry into the Good for Her cinematic universe. Okay. What is this art thing? What, the poster? I don't know. That is, I mean, that's all like football plays. Football is a big part of the movie as well. Sorry. It's like football and dancing. It's really strange. I don't know. Ex Machina is really good though. It's another one, like I said, I'm a sucker for a one location, small cast thing. This is like a 3-person cast in like literally one house. And it's really interesting. It's very much a sci-fi movie, like dealing with this AI creature that's like kind of becoming a little bit more human. And like this, it talks a lot about like this, the line between AI and human. When, like, where does something cross that line? And a lot of stuff of like manipulation, because it's this person studying this this AI robot thing, and it's sort of like they both sort of have like this relationship where they're both kind of manipulating each other, because one, like the researcher wants to study this thing and wants to get knowledge from it, wants to understand it, while the AI kind of wants to understand the human in a lot of ways. So they're both kind of like giving and taking from each other in a really interesting way. The ending of this movie is a bar. It's a really good ending. Easy A is number 15. Sorry. This movie goes crazy. Basic idea, Emma Stone is a high schooler and starts getting boys to pay her to be able to tell people that they had sex with her. Good memory to remember this many. Yeah, that's why I struggle, Kyle, with like, I'll say a lot, like, I don't really, this movie hasn't really stuck with me. It's because I watched so many that I don't remember them all. Chat, Easy A is so good. It's so funny. Yes, yeah, no, she's like treated like crap in this whole movie, but she's like, hey, people already think that I'm like that I'm like easy, that she's easy. That's the whole thing. Might as well make money off of it, I think. And it's really good. She's she's great in this movie. I love Emma Stone. She's one of my favorite actresses working right now. She's awesome in this movie, and this is like before she got really famous, so it's like, it's very fun. And I got this movie recommended to me, and I get why. Someone said that this movie felt a lot like me, and I do agree. I think the writing in this movie is like what I aspire to write like. It's really good. It's just silly. Great movie. We're moving on because I need to go to bed, dude. Number 14 is My Neighbor Totoro. Dude, I started watching Ghibli movies this year. Oh, Chad. A Ghibli movie hates to see me coming. Because I said this earlier. I like movies about people just living their lives. And Ghibli movies are kind of just that. This movie is just vibes. It's Vibe City, dude. It is Vibe City. Because there's really not very much plot in this. There's not a ton of dialogue. It's like two little girls and their dad, and their mom's in the hospital, but they have to like keep going to school and like living their life, and also this big freaking Totoro keeps showing up. It's like, I don't know how to describe the plot. They're just vibing. Excuse me. It's awesome. And I remember finishing the movie and being like I kind of almost cried. I was like, damn, I love this so much. It's just good. I don't know. I have no notes on it. It's just good. It's really good. Watch this movie if you haven't watched it. It's really like, it's such a vibe. It's so easy to watch. It's so easy to watch. Number 13 we're going to do is Past Lives. This is another one I watched during my little Oscar run earlier in the year. We still have a few more of those. This one kind of hurts really bad. This is another one where it's like people moving in and out of each other's lives a little bit. You can tell. You can tell that I've found my niche. It's basically like these two childhood best friends who kind of like were in love with each other when they were kids. And then one of them moved away and like had her whole life and kind of has a husband and stuff. And then the other person comes by, like travels and ends up meeting up with her. And he's still very much in love with her. And she isn't sure how she feels because she didn't realize that she maybe still had some feelings for him. And it's really beautiful. It's just really nice. It's about love. I love love and like the complications of love when you love people. Like obviously she loves her husband, but there's also like this really strange thing where like she had a chance to be with him when they were young and then they didn't end up going for it. Like what would have happened if she hadn't left? And like if they had more time together, if they like committed to it. It's just good because it's not just that, like, because there's another point. Sorry, I've completely forgot. There's a whole nother section of this movie because they're friends when they're kids, and then they end up reconnecting online through like video chats in like their 20s maybe, and they start getting really close over that, like become really good friends again, and then they fall off again, and then it picks up and kind of like meets them at this later point when they're probably around 30 and like older. It's cool. It's a good movie. I really like it. I don't think it won any awards at the Oscars, which I think is fine. But it's just really good. It's really another very easy movie to watch. Kind of sad though. Fight Club. One thing, I hate this poster. Sorry, I will never get over that. I don't like the poster for Fight Club at all. It pisses me off. But Fight Club is such a weird movie, and I adore it. It's such a freak. This movie is such a freak. In literally every way, in how it's shot, in how it's acted, in the script. There's an ad. Do I wait for him? Chat, I think I feel like I have to wait for him. I feel bad. I'll wait. And here I go. This movie is such a freak. In just every way. There's no even real good way to explain it. It's just like, I think it's so funny that the cult following that this movie has harbored is like the exact people that this movie's making fun of. It's so strange. It's shocking how much I liked this. I really didn't think I was gonna like it. And it's so good. Like it's such a freak. It's not even like a weird little freak movie that I like to call my weird little freak movies. It's just a freak. And I love that it's a freak. I have no thoughts, no notes. I don't even know. Like I just watched it and was like, yeah, that makes sense why people like it so much. It's just really good. And it's so strange. Can't believe it. It's a movie that I can't believe exists. Speaking of movies that I can't believe exists, number 11 is Dune Part 2. Bros, let me talk to you. I watched Dune Part 1 back in 2021, I guess, like when it came out on HBO Max with my uncle and my cousin, and we sat there for like 2.5 hours and endured that movie. And I remember after we finished it, I remember falling onto the floor with such a headache and being like, what was that? Because I didn't understand any of it. It's like so much plot, but also like kind of not plot. It was so strange. Such a mixed bag of a movie for me that I just did not click with and never had any interest in rewatching. And then Dune Part 2 was coming out and I was like, I like the trailers. I remember seeing the first one. I might go see this. And then my friend Andrew Heggie invited me. And chat. Oh my god. This movie is actually insane that it exists. I hope this is probably going to be like our generation's Empire Strikes Back. Like I see this being a movie that we talk about in 30 years. If it's not, I'll be surprised and I want to know what is. Like obviously I can't have that kind of foresight, but I feel like it should be. It's crazy. Like, it's like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I am locked in the whole time. I think you need the first movie to get this one a little bit harder, but I kind of just watched a recap of the first one before I went in. Chad, it's really good. It's also easily the best looking movie I've seen in years. I don't know what movie is better looking than this, to tell you the truth. Every shot of this movie is a masterpiece in cinematography. Like, it's crazy how amazing this movie looks, how amazing this movie sounds, how amazing this movie is directed and acted. Literally, like, I didn't give it 5 stars because it, like, isn't, like, 5 stars are very specific to me and my taste. This is, Dune 2 is, like, one of the closest things to a perfect movie we've gotten in a very long time. It's really, 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 really good. Like, it's crazy how good this movie is on every level. I remember walking out of this and being like, holy shit, we are so back. Yeah. Like this movie is so worth everything. It should be seen on a giant screen with mega speakers. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just so good. It's so much. I saw this in March. I saw this 8-9 months ago, and I still think of it, like, frequently. So much happens in this movie. It's so much movie. And it's so worth it. It's a visual spectacle. It's crazy how good that movie is, dude. Hoofa. Yeah, I kind of want to rewatch it, but it's such a beast. Like, it's so long that I don't know if I can do it to myself. But, like, it's really good. I'd say we should hop in the top 10, though, no? With this movie, what could possibly be better than this? Let's talk about Anatomy of a Fall. One of my favorite posters from the past few years. Let's start there. I've watched this movie twice this year. I watched it once back in March or February when I was doing my run through for the Oscars. This was nominated for Best Picture. And I watched it again just a few months ago for my editing class. And it's good. I rated it a 4 the first time, 4 out of 5. After I watched it a second time, I rated it a 4.5. This is a movie I think every time I watch it, I'm going to like it more and pick up on more things that I like. Okay, chat, hear me out. Dad, dead. Dad, mom, son. Son is blind, okay? Mom and dad argue a lot. One day, dad is blaring music upstairs. Kid goes out to walk dog. Kid comes home, finds dad dead after falling out of an attic window. Wife was apparently asleep in her room with earplugs in while he's blasting music. Did she kill him or not? As this movie goes on, this case gets so complicated and so messy and so perfect. This movie is a masterclass in editing, for one. I have to tell you that. The editing of this movie is crazy good. And it's a movie that the more I think about it, the more I'm still not sure what my answer is. Because it never gives you an answer. I'm going to tell you that right now. The court, like, it becomes a court drama, and the court case is decided, but it never actually gives the viewer, like, yeah, she did it, or no, she didn't. You need to decide for yourself. But there's little things that I'm not going to talk about because I don't want to spoil this movie. But there's little things in this movie that the more you think about it, the more it's like, Because the first time I watched this, I was so hard set. She didn't do it. I know she didn't. She's so innocent, and it's like obvious, like duh. Because it's like you have evidence for it. Because this. Second time I watched it, I'm not so sure anymore. It's a really good movie, chat. I don't know how to explain it in a way that makes sense. It's just like, it's crazy how confidently made this is, if that makes sense. like I don't know. I've never seen any of this director's other work. I don't know if he has other work. It's crazy how good this movie is. Like, it's so solidly put together. Anyway, number 9 is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is an older movie. And one that I watched really early this year in like January, I think. And I watched it with my parents and I was like, okay, yeah, that was good. I get why it's a classic. This was okay. This was good. It was really good even. But I was like, I don't adore it the way that other people do. I just think that this is good. Like, I don't know why it's on the like top 100 movies of all time list and all these things. And chat, it's been a year since I watched this movie. Like a year. I still think about this movie. Like a lot, like more than I expected to. It's the one movie from like early this year that I am like I can still vividly think about this movie like really well. It's the clearest in my mind. I think that there's a very good reason for that. It's very well put together. It's a very kind of haunting movie, really. Yeah, kind of depressing as hell, but like it hurts in a good way. I don't know. Cool movie. I freak with it. Sorry liberals. Can you explain it a bit? Yeah. Jack Nicholson enters himself into a psych ward. I'm trying to remember why. I think because like it starts with him already being there, and it kind of seems like he's faking it, like he's faking having a mental issue, just to be in there for something. I think I don't remember if it's for the drugs or because he just needed a place to be, or if he's doing research for something. I don't fully remember. And over time, he starts to get like more fed up with like the rules and the domination of this like whole place and the mistreatment of the patients by the main like head doctor. And he starts to try to fight back and like organizes like these other patients to actually be like living their lives and be treated like human beings for a lot of it. And he just gets dunked on. Yeah, see, you know Arsenal. Good movie. It's good. Remember, it's The Holdovers. I wish I had watched this for Christmas this year. It's like a perfect Christmas movie. I'm going to probably start watching it during Christmases. Crazy that this is a movie that came out like in the past year and a half. It really does feel like a movie that was made in like the 70s or the 60s. I don't even know what to say about it. Like it's like at an old boarding school. Some people are not taken home by their parents for the holidays. They are called the holdovers, and all the boys at the school are left with the teacher and the cafeteria lady to live there over the holidays. And all the other boys end up going home except for this boy and this miserable old teacher and this cafeteria lady, and they just hang out and grow as people and bond over Christmas. And it's the sweetest movie. I mean it. The sweetest movie. Like, it's just... first of all, it has vibes. Yes! Actually, yeah. You are actually so on the money with that. It is very much Breakfast Club. In a lot of ways. It feels like an old, cheesy Christmas movie, really. And it was made in 2023, which is crazy. That it's like... it feels like it was ripped right from the 70s. It's just so good. And I love Paul Giamatti. I love Divine Joy Randolph. I love Dominic Sessa. Like, all three of them are knocking it out of the park in this movie. Dominic Sessa was not an actor before this movie, I'm pretty sure. I think, like, that he went to the school, maybe, that they shot in. And they had, like, were doing auditions. And, like, they had just, like, seen him or something and asked him to audition. And he got the part. It's so random. It's really good. It's just really good. I don't even know what to say about it. It's a movie that is really easy to feel good while watching. Yeah. I also watched this for the Oscars earlier, like really early in the year. Yeah. Yeah, this one kind of gave some Christmas spirit. Number 7's Inside Out. Another one that I've watched before, but I haven't watched it in many years, probably like 4 or 5 years really. And I watched it right before I think we went to see Inside Out 2. And I remember why this is a classic. I mean, it's good. Yes, it is. This is, dare I say it, I think this is top 3 Pixar for me. Definitely top 5. Because I know I love WALL-E. I know I love The Incredibles. I know I love Ratatouille. So it's like those 3, Inside Out, and like... I don't even know. Maybe a Toy Story in there? I don't know. Up? I like Up. I like the beginning of Up more than I like the rest of Up. I'm trying to think. I think my top... this is in no order, by the way. WALL-E's my favorite, but the rest of them are in no order. It's WALL-E, it's Inside Out, it's Ratatouille, it's The Incredibles. Maybe Toy Story. I like Coco. Oh, I like Finding Nemo and Monsters, Inc. Hold on. Let me look at something. Let me see this. Hold on. Let me look at every Pixar movie that's ever been made. Oh, yes. Brave. Of course. Sorry. Why is there like no just good look at all the things? Let's look at this real quick. No. Toy Story. Coco. Okay, so this isn't even all of them, I don't think. WALL-E, Incredibles. I'm gonna say, yeah, Toy Story is probably up there then too. Probably my top 5, but whatever. Inside Out's great. Yeah, Up is really good. I think the first like 15 minutes of that movie are perfect, and then the rest of that movie is fine. I kind of wish Up was the beginning of the movie, being the end of the movie, if that makes sense. That could be cool, but I feel like you'd spend the whole movie being like, where's, like, you already would know his wife is dead throughout the whole movie, and then I think it wouldn't hit as hard at the end. I don't know. Anyway, Inside Out is great. One of the best Pixar movies. The ending, the movie's about a 12-year-old girl, and I still cry and picture myself in that movie every single time. When there's like a moment when her parents like hug her at the very end, when she comes in and is like crying, and her parents hug her. There's a moment when she finally lets herself cry and hugs them back, and it hurts so good. It's so good. This movie's just so, like, it's so easy to like. It's such a good idea. Like, I have no notes on this movie, dude. Like, there's nothing that I can really think of. Like, just the concept is great. The whole world building of like the head and like all the different spots of like somebody's head is like awesome. The way that the memories become like these joint emotion memories, it's so good. I think was such a perfect it's just such a perfect thing. Like, this came out when I was what, like 12 or something. It was, and like when Riley was 12, which is crazy. I think it really helped me like learn a little bit about emotional development, and as I'm sitting here now, like 9 years later, it's still doing that. And it's like, the whole thing is like, yeah, emotions are complicated. You're not just gonna feel like one thing at a time. There are memories that you're gonna have that are not just happy or just sad. There are memories that are happy and sad, or like angry and sad. Like, there's like, emotions get more complicated as you get older, and I love that. It's beautiful. Whatever, you know this. Number 6 is Spirited Away. Here we go. Chat, this will probably become a 5-star movie eventually. All the movies we have left will probably be 5-star movies eventually. Every movie from here on out is a first-time watch, except for one. And all these will probably be 5-star movies eventually. Spirited Away. Such an easy movie. I watched this thinking like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to be able to like a movie more than Totoro. And I watched Spirited Away and I went, oh shit. I get it now. It's such a strange movie because you kind of are just watching this girl like live in this new world and trying to figure things out. And you kind of, like, for a minute, I kind of missed. I didn't realize until the end that she really had grown a lot as a person, and like had learned a lot, and felt like she had learned lessons or whatever. But like I felt like she had grown up over the course of the movie. Like I really felt like we had watched her grow up, and I don't even know when we did, but it was like, it's so strange. It felt like a movie where I watched her grow up, and I was like, this is so good. I like it, man. It's such a weird movie. Like, nothing in this movie makes sense to have the idea for this movie, but it's so perfect and so beautiful. And just, I think it's a movie that's going to get better the more that I watch it. But for right now, it's at number 6. Love Spirited Away. Yeah, there's no specific moment that she, like, hits. There's just, like, a point in the movie where she, like, saves the day, and it's like, oh, huh, yeah, you can just, like, handle yourself now. You're not like the little kid that came in here. I like you. It's so good. Number 5, chat, is a 2024 movie. Every movie from here on out except for one also came out this year. Or no, 3 of the movies came out this year. Anyway, We Live in Time. Let's talk about We Live in Time. I haven't watched any yet. I'm assuming so. Yeah, I've not watched any anime. Sorry. Yeah, We Live in Time is a movie that came out just a few months ago. Let's start here. Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield are my celebrity crushes. So insane that they're in a movie together where there's a good chunk of them making out in it. Maybe I enjoyed that. Allegedly. Maybe I enjoyed that. I did. But all right, Joey. Anyway, this is like the quintessential moving in and out of each other's lives movie. Or not even in and out, really. It's just a movie about love. I watched this like last week. This movie made me feel so lonely, but in like such a good way. It made me feel so hopeful for what being in love could be. You wish they were going in and out is crazy. There's no way you just said that. Okay, I'm not that horny. Calm down. Anyway. No, this movie just... It really did. It felt so good. It gave me serious hope for what being in love can be and can feel like. And like, I don't know, it just feels so right. It's such a pleasant movie. I feel like I could watch this 5 times in a row and like still enjoy it every time. He's thinking about it, shut up. It's just like, bro, I don't know. It's just so good. Like, I don't know what to say about it. Like, this will probably be a 5-star movie eventually. Like, I have no problems with it. It's just so good. It feels so right. I don't know. They're hot and I keep looking at them. Yeah, it's really good and it feels right. Like, it jumps around in time. It sort of like tells the story through 3 different points in their lives, and it's like, and it's so beautiful, and every plot is interesting. And like, it's just so cute. It's such a cute movie. Bro's getting flustered. No, I'm not. I want to be the 3rd, but unfortunately you'll just be watching in the corner. I will be watching in the cuck chair, and I will like it. Chat, this is getting too late in the night. I'm saying things I'll regret tomorrow. Do you like the movie or do you like the people? Okay, I like the people a lot. I like the movie more than I like the people. Would I like it as much if it weren't those two? Maybe not, but I still like it a lot. I also just think that their chemistry is like insane in this movie and so good. It's Ray Zane here, brother. You wish he was here. Yeah, watch this movie. This is actually one of the best movies that came out this year. This is top 3 from this year, bro. Let's look at number 2. This is a random one, chat. I need you to watch this one. if you're gonna watch any movie from this list, I think you should watch It's What's Inside. Netflix movie. Such a strange movie. I had started this movie a couple months ago, watched like the first 20 minutes, and then ended up having to shut it off. Like a couple weeks later, like I kept thinking about it, being like, oh, I never finished that. That seemed neat. A couple weeks later, I came back, picked up where I left off, and oh my god, Chad, I locked the hell in. This movie is so good. Basically, it's all these friends at an engagement party, and one of their old friends brings with them this mysterious machine thing in a briefcase to play a game. They all hook up to it, they flip the switch, and they all switch bodies. And chat, this movie does not go anywhere that you think it will. It's kind of really messed up in like a really like kind of fun and maniacal way. Like it's such a twisted movie, and it's so good. It's also like the way that it's shot is so insane and crazy and matches the vibes of the plot so perfectly. On a visual level, this is my favorite film of the year. And the plot is insane. This might end up eventually being my favorite of the year. It's just I only got to watch it once. Every other movie above this I've watched 2 times this year. Or at least it's my second watch. It's really cool. Everybody needs to watch this movie. Sorry, you need to watch this movie. Because I don't even know how to... Because I want to give you like a hint of what it's more about. Because it's so interesting. It's a lot of like... In some ways, it's a lot about jealousy, really. Like, let's say that you're jealous of one of your friends. And then suddenly you're in their body. Suddenly you are them. Or let's say, for example, you like somebody, but they don't like you back. But suddenly they're a different person. Suddenly there's a different person in that body. It's so good. It's so messed up. But it's so cool. Watch this movie, dude. I need to watch this again. I'm gonna watch this again like this week, I think. I love this movie. Maybe I'll watch it again and be like, damn, this was not worth it. But I freak with this movie so heavily. And it keeps it, every like 30 minutes it goes in some weird way that you don't really expect. Like eventually you're like, oh, this is the direction we're going. Oh my god. And then it keeps like doubling down on itself. And like the end has like a couple different twists, and it's so fun. Chat, we're here. Chat, we are here. 5 stars, 3 movies. All these movies I have watched twice this year. Or the number 1 and number 2, I watched the first time this year and watched them both twice. Number 3, I watched for the second time this year. Okay? 5 stars are really hard for me to give out. Just because they need to be like a perfect... Like 4.5 stars is basically a perfect movie for me. To get to 5 stars, you have to have a certain vibe that just like clicks with me. It's hard to explain, but it's just like perfect, and I like you. Like It's What's Inside will probably be there. It usually takes a second viewing for me to give something 5 stars, because I'll watch a movie like, really like that, really well done, 4.5. I don't know if I freak with you enough yet. So I usually like I'll give it a second watch and be like, yeah, no notes, you're perfect, come here. Come here, sweetie, come here and have a seat down. Yeah, so I think 5 stars are really hard to get to. It's What's Inside, I'm pretty sure will be a 5 star, and probably We Live in Time will too, and maybe Spirited Away. But these ones are my 5 stars of this year as of right now. Chad, I watched this movie before. Gave it a 4-star rating, I think. Maybe 4.5, but I think I gave it a 4. Chat, Parasite is like a perfect movie. Oh my god. On like every technical level and like every written level, kind of insane. This is just like a really good, perfect movie. Like, it makes sense. This is, again, like I mentioned this with Dune Part 2. This is a movie that will be talked about for like the next couple of decades as like the movie of this space of time. Yeah, like 4 stars was good. But yeah, no, like I watched it in class this year. So like I was kind of looking at it through the eyes of a director because we had to for directing class. And oh my god, just on every level, it's just so much. Like it clicked with me this time. I don't even really know what I did differently, but like there's nothing about this movie that should be changed. Like it's just a perfect movie. It's crazy how good it is. And that's it. Like that's the whole thing with Parasite. I have no notes. It's a perfect movie. It's kind of insane. Yeah. Chat. I'm so nervous to talk to you. Because last year I put Bottoms in the top 3 and you all went, huh? I don't think there's a Bottoms. These two movies, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. On Letterboxd, these movies are rated a 3.5 and I think a 3.0 on Letterboxd on average. Again, both 5 stars. These are my favorite movies of the year. And I need to talk to you about them because I adore these movies with all my heart and body and mind and soul. I'm afraid because you all judged me for Bottoms last year and I don't want you to judge me. I think it's going to be hard to judge because you guys haven't seen these movies. Well, we'll see. First, hi Arse Mom. Happy New Year. Team, let's talk about Long Legs first. This is the one movie all year that the first time I watched it, I walked out and I rated it 5 stars after my first viewing. I have mentioned vibes today, chat. This is the vibes movie. This movie has the most vibes of any movie. I have been thinking about this movie since I first heard about it, like last year, like 2023, I think I heard about this. It came out in July of this year. I've been so locked in waiting for this movie. It came out in July. I went and saw it early, like in the early screening with my friend. We both walked out speechless. Chat, the vibes of this movie, immaculate. Nicolas Cage plays a serial killer, and we follow this girl, Micah Monroe, playing Lee Harker, as she follows him and tries to figure out. Okay, hear me out. Chat. Look at me here. Okay. Every family's the same. Every case is the same. It's a young, happy family, and they're all very regular. Nothing wrong with them. One day, the father of the family gruesomely, brutally murders his entire family. And then kills himself. Seems like an open and shut case. Except this has happened with, I think, 10 different families. Okay? Where nothing seemed to be wrong. They assume maybe these seem like all disconnected, very strange, very random things on their own. Just, I guess, the father maybe snapped and just did this thing that some crazy men do. I'll be real. Let's be real. Issue, though. Every single one of these 10 cases, there's been a note left behind by somebody named Longlegs. But there's no sign of anybody else being in the home during the murders, no signs of forced entry, no signs of any other weapons being used, there's no prints, there is no other evidence of this person even existing other than these notes. So then we follow this person, Lee Harker, who is a junior FBI agent and may or may not have some weird psychic abilities. Like, not really psychic abilities, sort of just like intuition, really, as she tries to find Longlegs, who is a little bit more tied to her life than she expects. It's a really cool movie, chat. I don't even know like what to say about it. It's such like, I fully understand why people don't love it. Why they think it's fine, it doesn't like go super far beyond the surface and all these things. I've seen it twice now, both times in the movie theater on a big screen, like 4 months apart. Both times, frame 1 to frame end of movie. I was locked in, dude. The first time I was stressed, biting my nails, terrified of this movie. Second time it was more of just fascination with this movie. It's so good. I love every frame of this movie. I think it looks great. Like I said, the vibes are insane in this movie. Like the tone is perfect. It's so like it's just off kilter enough. Nobody talks right. Nobody acts right. Everyone's a problem and it's so strange and so freaky. And I just love it. I will warn you, if you watch this movie, there's a chance that you will not love it. I'll be real with you. I'm one of the few people that has given it 5 stars. I'm obsessed with this movie. I think it's great. I would watch it again. I will watch it again. I know I'm going to. It is the movie that inspired my new movie Blood Ties, actually. You can't really tell in Blood Ties because I've like spun it enough. Like I spun it like 15 different times on top of itself, but it started with an idea pretty much that was just ripped off of Longlegs. Okay, it also sounds like I won't hate it. I hope not, because I really like oh my god. On like every level I freak with this movie. I cannot explain to you all how excited I am about this movie. I went and saw this on my birthday, chat. Maybe not on my birthday. I think it was either on my birthday or around my birthday, because we went for like there was like a special re-screening of Longlegs, and like for my birthday I got a bunch of my friends to go with me because I have not shut up about this movie all year. It's so good, chat. Longlegs is awesome. Such a weird freak movie. Love it. Yeah, and everyone's great in it. Micah Monroe and Nicolas Cage are awesome in this movie. Oscar Perkins directed the hell out of it. I want to see it again right now. Yeah, so that's Longlegs. Number 2 movie of the year. Now, chat. Longlegs might be number 1, but right now it's not. Like I said, this whole list will be shifted around for sure. But chat, I need you to hear me out. Arf Snarl, I need you to hear me out. Let me tell you why We're All Going to the World's Fair is my favorite movie of the year. Let me explain to you why World's Fair is my favorite movie of the year. And I can't do it. Chat, I watched this one on a whim over the summer. It's 80 minutes. I was like, yeah, this will be short. This will be fun. What I saw genuinely confused the hell out of me. I was like, how is this a movie? I loved it. The vibes are there. But I don't get, like, why is this, like, how is this a movie? It doesn't feel like a movie. And it sat with me so much for so long. I had it at 4.5 stars the first time I watched it. So I was like, I feel like I shouldn't like this as much as I do, because it doesn't feel right. A couple months later, I eventually obsessively talking with people about it. I got my friend Josie to watch it. She also liked it. I got our Snarl to watch it. He kind of liked it. And then I got a bunch of my friends, like 8 people, to sit down and watch this movie together. And every single person had a different rating for it. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Like, in my group of friends, usually it leans a certain way. Some people had like 1.5 stars. I had 5 stars this time. This movie's great. Watch it. It's on HBO Max. It's 80 minutes. I will warn you. You have to figure out the plot yourself. It is a movie where this girl named Casey is basically taking part in this online game called the World's Fair Challenge. And you kind of see it through the lens mainly of like the videos that she's uploading and the voice chats that she's having with somebody who works, like who's like a in-game channel for the game. And you kind of like watch her spiral into insanity almost. And the really cool part about this is that you, like I said, you make up the plot for yourself in some ways. You also kind of have to figure out the ending for yourself. Like I said, I watched this movie with a bunch of people, and we all had like somewhat different ways we thought this movie ended. Because some of them had one that were like, well, yeah, they just take what the movie says to them, and like, yeah, this is like, sure. And then I went, hey, what if this? And they all went, oh, uh-oh. And I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's very much up to your own interpretation, and I think that's so fun. Yeah, you get it, Arsnarl. This is also, of every movie I've watched this year, this has stuck with me the most. I watched it in July. I have not stopped thinking about it, genuinely not stopped thinking about it since July. Like I said with Longlegs, Longlegs inspired, Longlegs inspired a movie I made called Blood Ties. You will all see a movie called Hive Mind eventually that I made. This is the direct inspiration for Hive Mind, and you can tell. It has genuinely shaken the way that I think about movies and what can be a movie and what you have to explain to your audience versus what you can let them figure out on their own, and what a movie can be made up of. Like, this really has changed my idea of what like my definition of a movie. It sort of is a choose your own adventure book. Like, it's sort of like a weird puzzle that you're given a bunch of pieces and clips, and you're like, okay, what is it? Like you decide what your plot is for this movie. I know what I think my plot is. Just got here late. I'm just curious, how many total did you get to watch last year? Okay. This is sort of a new record for me. Kind of. It's weird. Because I watched like short films and movies and TV shows. I think it's around the same as last year. I watched 13 TV shows and 144 movies. That's where we're at. And chat, we're all going to the World's Fair is crazy. Yeah, this is like a super low budget movie. It's like $10,000, $15,000, I think, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. When all of these movies, like literally every other movie I think on this entire list, was made for $1 million plus. Some of these movies, like Wicked, was made for $250 million. This movie is so good, chat. I don't know how to explain how much I love this movie. It just feels right. Like, there's not a thing I would change about it. It just feels so right. It feels almost like, just like it never says this in the thing, like in the movie, but with at least my interpretation of the movie, it feels like a movie about someone who just loves art and loves like expressing themselves in certain ways. And that is exactly like it connects with me on a very spiritual level of who I am as a person and what I care about. Literally cost less than Blair Witch. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's just good. And it's also in like one spot for almost the whole thing. Like you follow her a little bit, like as she travels around town, but a lot of it's just her in her room. And like she has to carry this movie on her back, and she does a great job. It's such a good movie, such a weird movie. But I want everyone to see it so that they have to be like, wait, what? That was a movie? It's so good. Anyway, chat, that's my top 10. In terms of movies that came out this year, these are 2024 releases. So my top 10 of 2024 is Longlegs at number 1, It's Once Inside at number 2, We Live in Time at number 3, Doom Part 2 at 4, A Real Pain at 5, Civil War at 6, Nosferatu at 7, Conclave at 8, Juror number 2 at 9, and Inside Out 2 at number 10. And my dear chat, after nearly 5 hours of yap. That is every movie I watched, every TV show I watched, every album I listened to, and every book I read this year. As we go into next year, I am hoping to watch another 150 movies at least. I'd like to read at least 4 books. Listen to 20 albums, I guess. And TV shows, I don't know. We'll see. I'm already watching Squid Game Season 2, so that'll be 1. Thank you for the bits, Kyle. I also think, I don't know, I'm going to keep an eye out and see if Letterboxd releases their little wrapped thing that they usually do, but it seems like it might only be for paid people now, which sucks. I think my most watched director is probably Jane Schoenbrunn, who I watched We're All Going to the World's Fair twice, and I Saw the TV Glow, and of course Luca Guadagnino, who I watched Challengers, Queer, and Bones and All. Most watched actors, I'm not really sure. Kirsten Dunst I actually watched 3 times. All Good Things, Civil War, and The Beguiled. Barry Keoghan I watched Saltburn twice. I watched something else with him in it, and I don't remember what. Yeah. I'd have to look around for most watched actors. Best performance and stuff this year, I don't know. I'm gonna soul read. I'd like Doom Part 2 to get Best Directing. I know it's not going to. I'd like Doom Part 2 to get Best Picture. Let's be so for real. Longlegs, I'd love any nomination for Longlegs. I know that's not going to happen. Maybe Best Screenplay for A Real Pain and Best Supporting Actor for Kieran Culkin. Those are my speeches. Arsenal, I'll make a Letterboxd list and I will send that to you. So I do want to move a few things around. Anyway, Chad, it's been 5 hours and I have to be awake in like 6 hours for work. So I'm going to leave because I love you all and I need to go. How do we feel with the beard? Is it coming in a little better? No? I know. Thank you guys for putting up with me for so long and for so much yap. If you can't tell, I like movies and TV shows and media a lot. And I'm going to go and watch more things. Stay tuned. Next stream will be the 2024 recap. It'll probably be Sunday, would be my guess. But we'll see. I hate that, Arsenal. Kill yourself. Other than that, my name is Joey. I'll see you all in the future. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Keep watching movies. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. No, I don't like The Boyfriend and Stranger.